You play chess? You want to know all the secrets of Grandmasters? You want to watch all current tournaments and know everything about chess history?
Levitov Chess World is much more than everything above.
Unique documentaries about Garry Kasparov, Vladimir Kramnik, and many other legends of chess. Streams from the biggest tournaments. World Championship, Magnus versus Nepomniachtchi, commented by Peter Svidler, Evgenij Miroschnichenko. The Candidates Tournament, Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Exclusive interviews, Daniil Dubov, Viswanathan Anand, Jean-Christophe Duda, Alexander Grishuk, and of course, awesome educational videos with elite international chess coaches. Play chess, love chess, and subscribe now. New video every week. Turn on notifications and don't miss all the exciting moments of the chess world.
Шахматный мир давно и бесповоротно захвачен компьютерами. Профи используют облачные супертехнологии для анализа, любители шахмат смотрят партии этих самых профи с теми же, но облегченными движками. В какой-то момент стало казаться, что программы достигли пика своей силы. Однако в 2017 году шахматный мир шокировало появление программы AlphaZero, которая, зная вначале только правила шахмат, менее чем за сутки прошла путь до сильнейшего шахматного движка в истории. Партии, которые были опубликованы, произвели огромный эффект на шахматное сообщество, поразив ярким остроатакующим стилем, который был так несвойственен компьютерным программам. AlphaZero показала, что вечные разговоры о ничейной и любой другой смерти шахмат, как всегда, преждевременны. Как программа сумела научить саму себя играть в шахматы на таком уровне? Как работает уникальный механизм поиска хода? Чем AlphaZero отличается от Stockfish и других шахматных движков? И что на самом деле значат слова Монте-Карло, нам рассказал в эксклюзивном интервью один из разработчиков программы, сотрудник компании DeepMind Нинат Тамашев.
Yeah, I mean, that's in and of itself an excellent question, I would say. So, Game Changer, I share reviews. I mean, I had the privilege of being able to read through the book, through the early drafts before it was released, and I was super excited. I thought that some of that analysis was simply mind-blowing to my own, chess understanding and level at the time. And when it comes to AlphaZero, because DeepMind is a reasonably large research group. I'm not exactly right now, especially since we're not back at the office, so it's not easy to see. But we are something like 1,000 people just working on artificial intelligence research. And even when AlphaZero was devised, we were still doing all sorts of different projects. I'm not sure if you've seen recently, there was a lot of work around AlphaFold, which was looking into it has a similar name. It's not a similar approach. It's just the branding, I would say. But that has looked into protein folding, which is a long-standing big problem in science, and has sort of solved it to a considerable extent. And this matters because it can be used in drug design and prototyping. And they've released some of the early protein structures for the COVID-19 as well. Stuff. So DeepMind is doing lots of different things, and as a company, we have a long-term mission to, as people would kind of half-jokingly say, solve intelligence, which means all aspects of intelligence in some ways in which we as humans understand it, and then use it to solve big open problems. So we're not only focused on games or chess. That being said, we do still have some work around chess and around AlphaZero, but rather than working in order to improve AlphaZero as an engine to make it stronger, which could have been one direction simply because we're not a chess company, we decided to do something slightly different. And I think you've seen probably this work we've done with Vladimir, where we were using AlphaZero to prototype different new variants of chess in case people are feeling kind of adventurous and want to try something new. Obviously, there is nothing wrong with classical chess, but there can be many fun variants, and some were indeed very fun of the ones we've looked at. And we're doing some other work in the background on essentially understanding the system better, exactly why it works well and why it does what it does when it does. in order to help us build on top of that understanding and use those insights either to improve AlphaZero ultimately, or to improve some of the other systems that we have at the moment. But there is still some work, and hopefully some more work that we will be talking about soon. It's actually quite amazing in that it literally knows nothing at the very beginning. It doesn't even know that it's supposed to mate to win the game. Doesn't even technically know how all of the pieces. So it's literally empty of knowledge at the very beginning, and it has several components kind of tied together. But basically, there is a neural network, artificial neural network, that looks at the chessboard, just vision perception, computes some kinds of features, intermediate insights from that board, and then based on a representation of those, outputs a set of candidate moves to look into, and outputs an evaluation of the position based on that those insights. And then with those candidate moves and evaluations that you get from every board, there is this algorithm called Monte Carlo tree search that combines those to actually search through the tree of possibilities, where it looks at candidate moves in a certain order, and it obviously aggregates the value assessment that it gets from the bottom of the tree when it unrolls all the way down. And at the end of it, makes some kind of a recommendation on what move to play. So at the very beginning of training, AlphaZero knows nothing. And this is just a randomly initialized network that plays random moves. And occasionally, some games would be won randomly after a long period of time, moving lots of pieces around. And based on those outcomes, whether a game was won, lost, or drawn, AlphaZero would update its network to make it reflect this reality that's been observed. So very early on, obviously, one of the first things it's going to learn is that mate is a win, being mated is a loss, and obviously there are different conditions under which you can draw. This is probably the very first thing that gets learned. Then it would probably learn a little bit of some configurations of pieces that lead to those mates, and then slowly roll it forward all the way to openings and the understanding of the positional pattern. So there's very many games against itself. It looks at none of the prior human data. I don't have the exact number of how many games. It varies a bit, but there are like some tens of millions in any case of games that end up being played, at least is my understanding. And at some point during training, it starts playing, slightly more sensible. If you look at the games, how they unfold, then it's probably at some expert level, then grandmaster level, and then beyond. Mm-hmm. And at the end of training, after 1 million training steps, as we say, it has fully converged to the system that's been evaluated, that has played Stockfish 8 back in the paper that was originally published, and which is not to say that we couldn't potentially train it for longer, or that it couldn't conceivably maybe even get somewhat stronger, but this is just the setup which we've been using since. Yes, to an extent. So what the evaluation of AlphaZero outputs, it outputs the expected score. So, from that position, how likely AlphaZero thinks it's to win, lose, or draw at the end of the day, which kind of, contains all of these other pieces of information that you're talking about. Because in Stockfish, for example, how it works, you compute very specific things, as you've said, like safety or space, and then there is a formula that combines those into a score. Whereas AlphaZero doesn't explicitly involve any formulas like that. It just gives one thing in the end, which is the win percentage, the expected score at the end of the day. From a position, a more interesting question, however, and something that we've been thinking about, is whether AlphaZero itself learns to decompose that in some meaningful way. So if it's implicitly computing some of those things you're mentioning, but explicitly it's not. So explicitly it's just trained to give this final score prediction in the end. And Monte Carlo tree search, when it unrolls all the way to the end, when it looks at the lines move by move, it looks at the value as predicted at the end of those lines, so the win probability at the end of the day. And then if branching from a certain node in a tree, there lead to different values, it goes into some kind of an aggregate expected score for each of the nodes, and that gets backed up through the tree all the way to the candidate moves that you're considering, and then you choose which move you're going to play at your current position. Ultimately, many of the other search algorithms that are used in chess engines. That's a very interesting question. So when we train AlphaZero, when it plays against itself and learns how to play chess, we use a single time control for that training, and that is around 800, or it can be a different number, but 800 worked well, lines for each move that are considered. And it goes to some kind of a depth that is also controllable. And that's when it's kind of artificially stopped and you play the move that's best at the time. But this is just how, in terms of learning how to play chess. What this ends up being practically, and it depends on the hardware that's running this, is either something like 1 second or half a second per move in terms of the speed of play. So there is a reason, I guess, why this is done this way, because when you play, well, not really bullet chess, but something of the sort, so like very fast play, without deep calculation, then this puts some kind of a pressure on the system to learn how to get fast, because it doesn't have a lot of time to produce a really good move. So it's useful as a training signal. However, when AlphaZero is actually playing more competitive games, if you will, obviously it doesn't have to only think for this amount of time, and it can adjust to any kind of a time control. So in games that would last for hours, these classical time controls, it can think for a couple of minutes, do something different. Now, the interesting point there is that the team, I mean, everyone who's developed AlphaZero, because they were focused on the reinforcement learning and the learning part of the algorithm, ultimately to show that it can reach that strength. There has never been an amount of thought that's been put into how much thinking time AlphaZero should take per move, because from a human perspective, and again, I also play chess, obviously not to an extremely high level, but there are some moves that you can play immediately. There are some moves where this is a complex position, this is a critical position, this is where I think, right? And if you're able to identify what are the positions where you need to think more, what are the positions where you need to think less, then you can allocate your time in some smart way to really spend the time that matters. And we've never tried that with AlphaZero, simply because, again, we've had other research focuses. So when it would play these long classical time controls, so games we've done that were played in that fashion, it would literally take the expected game duration and how many moves it's expected to play, and then it would spend, because it doesn't have an opening book, the most time in the openings and slowly reduce, move by move, less and less and less towards later stages of the game, which is somewhat unnecessary if you think about it, because you don't have to spend the most time you will spend on a move in a game to decide to play d4 or e4 or something like that. It is really not an optimal approach. This is just the one simple people have tried, and this is what, I mean, still work reasonably well based on how AlphaZero has played the games where it was, benchmark against that older version of Stockfish when it was. But I think a very interesting question, like when it comes to thinking time, is whether there can be another component in a system like AlphaZero that will identify, well, this is the move where I want to be thinking more. And then we are talking about this adaptive kind of a control, which you've mentioned, which would then decide when enough is enough, when no more thinking is needed, or when much more thinking is needed. So that's something we haven't actually explored, but I agree that it's fully possible to do. There is no reason why it couldn't get done. And one way in which it could conceivably be done is by looking at in some very intuitive sense, the variance and the stability of the assessments that you get the lines. How does it change? How often does it change? Maybe even some intuition for how likely you are to maybe be wrong, the complexity of it, the margin of the lines. So there are some signals there that can be used, but identifying the best way of either terminating early or extending the computation, it's very much an open research question that we ourselves haven't addressed. I'm not sure, actually, because I haven't been following as closely, whether the team, right, because it's obviously the open source version, like an intended replica, right, whether that team has looked into that, whether they have a good time allocation strategy, but we ourselves have not done work on that. I mean, certainly it has to calculate in some sense through more. I mean, I would say because AlphaZero has learned the game by already having played against itself so many times, there are very many, I would say basically all of the main lines of all of the openings that it already knows even without thinking. It's encoded in the network. So if you look at the candidate moves, the order of the candidate moves, their probability at the very start of the game, even without doing any computation, they're pretty much going to be the main lines of all of the openings that we know. So just looking at what this policy network, as we call it, proposes as candidates moves, like in the rule of pace, it's going to be the Berlin and these types of things. Again, in Gambits, some of the other things that AlphaZero likes. So it already knows this because it's already played it so many times. But on the other hand, when you do let it think for and actually calculate, it does change its mind a little bit on preferences between some of the moves. And one of the reasons also is that it only ever played fast play games against itself during training. So when given more time, then it maybe starts appreciating things in a slightly different way compared to what it would play under fast play. But yeah, I mean, like all of the candidate moves are already theoretical. So there are no big surprises there, I would say. Which is not to say that you couldn't combine a system with AlphaZero with an opening. I guess the team just wanted to be a bit more open-minded to AlphaZero, potentially discovering something new, having some kind of a different preference. But yeah, I mean, if you really wanted to spend compute, you could even let AlphaZero itself run through many of those opening trees with more thinking and save that as an opening book and then use it in subsequent games. Again, when you're really trying to build the best chess engine, you can do all of these things to improve a system. I guess, from our perspective, I wanted to demonstrate that a system that learns by itself entirely end-to-end as a very ultimately simple system can do all of these things and do them really well. And there can obviously be all sorts of improvements made to make the game easier for a system like AlphaZero. So saving time in the openings by having some kind of an opening book. Similarly, we've never really been using an endgame table base, right? You could argue that maybe that can be plugged in. I think we even looked at some point at having separate networks for separate game stages, etc. So there are many things you can potentially do, but we were just aiming for simplicity as a proof of concept, rather than making the most complex system that does everything in the best way possible. So as I said, there is an artificial neural network that looks at the chessboard that has all the pieces, and then it's on a technical level, it would be a deep residual convolutional neural network. It doesn't have to be that, probably it can be something else. And these types of networks are used in computer vision in general, even for looking at natural images, obviously slightly different dimensions and depths and stuff. And it does some kind of an analysis of what it sees. So I guess one would expect for it to extract certain patterns. First, in layers that are close in the processing to the board itself, it would find some patterns and configuration of pieces, how they're positioned around each other. Then it would become more and more global, and it would learn to extract the right features for making the candidate moves and for giving that value assessment. And the way it learns that is, again, by so it gives this output, let's say, which is the value assessment, and it gives the output, which are the candidate moves. And when it plays against itself in games, because it's an iterative continuous process, it takes this snapshot of the network, produces those things, but then looks at what has actually been played compared to what it thought it would be played. So the suggestion for candidate moves is given before any move-by-move tree-like calculation takes place. Then you look at the actual move being played after the calculations, and you put them side by side, or rather, the list of candidate moves versus again what has been computed side by side, and you want to move your suggestions towards what the actual outcome was. Similarly, for the value function, it looks at what the game outcome was versus what it thought the game outcome is going to be, and you want to move it closer to the truth. So you look at these deltas in the output of the network, and then because it's all kind of mathematical, right? We call it a network, but it's one big function that's decomposable. We compute the gradients towards the parameters of this network with respect to the deltas that have been observed, and this is propagated through the network and moves and readjusts all of the weights, which can be, like, if we're taking an analogy to human brains, strengths of synapses between neurons, right? And that would ideally mean that if you were to put the same position passes through the network again, the output should be closer to what you've actually observed in a game.
So it somehow updates the patterns all the time?
Yeah, it updates its own understanding of the game all the time, and it slowly moves them towards something that's correct and strong. So obviously at the very beginning it's just pure nonsense, but then this pure nonsense starts taking shape. So there are some patterns that start being understood, and the network learns to see all of the right geometrical patterns at some point, and then it learns how to utilize them well. Yeah, I mean, I guess just the tiny difference here is that even though there are big differences between our brain and something like AlphaZero, many of these deep neural networks have been modeled, inspired by the brain, to put it that way. So there are still some intuitive ways in which we can hope to describe, but this is not to imply that the similarity is actually that strong. Our biological brains are pretty unique in many other ways. I guess when AlphaZero happened, one of the most revolutionary things for us was this concept that you can, in a domain that, we understand, but still, in a domain that is easily programmable into a simulation, and the game is a kind of a simulation, that you can sometimes, at least we've shown that on chess, shogi, go, and so on, start without any knowledge incorporated in the system and end up with solving the problem. I mean, to a large extent, which is not to say that you cannot get better systems at AlphaZero, but you can come to this expert human and superhuman level without knowing anything. So in a game of chess, without even encoding, that a mate should be a win, or that this is how the pieces, or you shouldn't be losing material, or anything like that, a system can go from zero to a superhuman expert and develop a very human sense of intuition, where it even lies. I mean, in terms of the number of lines it calculates much less than stock vision similar engines do. Obviously, it calculates more than a human, because we as humans can't calculate that easily. But it sits somewhere in between, where it's this hybrid that utilizes a human-like intuition while still being able to do more computation. But I think that notion that you can start from scratch, from zero, and still get something really good was revolutionary at the time. Because even with AlphaGo, which happened before, so the game of Go was the first, obviously very complex game that DeepMind sort of approach to develop a reinforcement learning system for. And it was a bit different to chess because their computer engines were comparatively bad at the time. It's a much more complex game in terms of the amount of search that is needed to put moves. But the AlphaGo versions that played Lisadol, that participated in those successes and big events, they were bootstrapped by looking at human games, right? And then the system would still play against itself and get better. But it started by learning the very basics of what it should do from human play. And then when it learns how to model human play, it would continue by playing against itself and improving and reaching some kind of a final system. And afterwards, there was work that was done to improve the system to be able to learn without this initial training on human data. And then even on Go, I mean, obviously AlphaZero does the same as AlphaGo used to. So essentially what we've shown there is that one doesn't need to have this prior human experience and can just learn everything from scratch. And I think this is pretty useful, if you're open-minded beyond chess and shogi and going beyond these games to some of the more difficult problems that we face in science, in technology, in understanding all sorts of big problems, where if you can encode something as a simulation in a meaningful way, and if you know roughly where to start in terms of your parameters of the network, that you can hope to make potentially big impact and big discoveries that way. Obviously, it's still not trivial, but I guess it implies that the opportunity to do that is there, and I think that is exciting going forward.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Nenad, thank you very much, and we hope to see the AlphaZero still alive, first of all, and the second, developing and showing some more of the actually very beautiful chess stuff that it has produced over the past few years. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nenad. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks.
And hello, kind people. And this is us again after a break, watching Game 9. I'm Peter Svidler, and with me is my friend Evgenij Miroschnichenko. I tweeted that it feels like a must-win game, but Evgenij was saying this already about Game 7, so, it's not... The idea is not going to be news for him, that it's time to actually win a game for Jan if he is to have any chance at all in the match.
Yeah, and okay, it's no longer a spoiler, I believe, because it is in the title of this stream that we might have on air one of the guys who knows a thing or two about kind of must-win situations, and actually it'd be an awkward moment for me not to troll you guys.
I'm planning to do
a
a lot of please. I want to do all of that myself. We have 45 minutes to agree that you will not touch this topic.
Yeah, okay, I'm not touching the subject. I just want to know that you guys were involved in one of the kind of biggest comebacks in the history of chess.
Absolutely, yeah.
So,
and it will be interesting to talk to Sergey about all this when he comes on. But it will be a bit yet, because he is. I've done something earlier today which I normally don't do, and I kind of asked myself a question a bit too late, so I really, the genie cannot be put back in the bottle. I should have asked him if I should announce that he is there. But it didn't seem like a secret. I assumed people have already seen him there, and it shouldn't be too much of a problem. But still, I feel kind of bad that I didn't clear it with him that this announcement goes live. But he is in Dubai, and he'll be sort of in and around the playing hall for a bit, and then he'll come back and join the call.
Yeah. Peter, you said you feel bad, but I've heard bet. And what's your thoughts on? That's exactly the question in the Twitch chat. What's your thoughts on Karjakin saying that Nepo still has 20% to win the match? Because I thought, if you translate it into some sort of odds, I'm certainly taking Carlsen.
Yeah, I've that seems like. They're very good friends, and Sergey is obviously sort of emotionally invested in the match, perhaps somewhat more than your correspondence here.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I can't stop laughing because a couple of days ago, I kept discussing with one of my friends the so-called Pareto ratio 2080, and then Neil, spot on. 80% of the time he'll be right with his 20% time prediction.
No, I think it's a kind of and I admire his ability to say these things. He's trying to project kind of a positive, and I understand that a 20-80 split is probably not as positive as you would have liked, but considering the match situation, I think it is a little bit optimistic to assess Jan's chances as high as 20%. But it's also like, in particular, since Sergey is there, for him to be all doom and gloom and for him to project this idea that, all is lost, abandoned ship, that would be bad. So if he gets asked a question like this, it's understandable that he goes for like the most optimistic assessment that he can come up with. But yeah, I don't think it's necessarily that high. Today's game, once we have to come back to this, but 6 games left, 3 whites, 3 blacks. If Jan gets nowhere with the white pieces today, it really does look like it's going to be extremely difficult / borderline impossible. And I say all these things once again in full knowledge of, being one of the people who are, living example that nothing is impossible and, no kind of deficit is impossible to come back from. But today is a very, very important game. And I've been, throughout the match, I've been very much on the record saying I like what Jan is doing with the white pieces. I don't understand the criticism. I think he is doing exactly the right thing in every single white game. But I'm wondering if something will get changed today. Because he doesn't seem to be, converting those small advantages particularly well. And even though for a reasonably close match, for like a 50% -1 type match, I still think what he was doing is absolutely spot on. For a -2 situation, maybe he actually goes for some kind of broke, or alternatively he just goes 1c4 and says, let's play a game of chess. Hopefully I do get a game of chess after 1c4. This is still not guaranteed.
Yeah, brilliant. And now, the TLDR of Peter's British culture-inspired set of understatements. The match is lost already, so we do expect the King's Gambit.
Yeah, Miro is today, Miro woke up today and chose violence quite clearly, and I was kind of expecting the violence. I was sort of forewarned that violence is forthcoming. But coming back to the opening, do we still think it's going to be some kind of an anti-martial, or does he do... King's Gambit unlikely, but does he actually play the Scotch maybe, or?
Yeah, maybe some kind of quirky sideline of a Scotch or whatever.
Yeah.
I really don't know. Yeah, 1c4 is sort of an option because you're no longer worried about being worse after the opening. You're much more worried about kind of not having anything and giving Magnus a comfortable draw. We have a minute before the first move is going to be played. So to please the Twitch chat, I think, because like right before, when the interview was playing, right before we went on air, and yeah, I think Twitch chat was discussing the possibility that the whole show was pre-recorded. And yeah, that's a lovely British shoe. And yeah, that's I believe that's the way to prove. That's the way to prove that, we are live on Twitch TV.
Yeah, we're doing this live on twitch.tv as our favorite Finnish sauna enthusiast would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, very, very curious what Jan and sort of Team Jan choose to do in terms of like first move and the general opening concept, because not doing what he's been doing until now is obviously fraught with danger. C4 is not really fraught with danger, but there's plenty of ways for black to switch to like ultra solid things against 1c4. In particular, after e6, you either have to play like mainline d4 openings, or in very many cases you will get nowhere at all. So yeah, no guarantee whatsoever that you get a game. But yeah, in particular in e4, e5, you either play the Spanish or you play something that is either like semi-correct or solved, as Miro was saying in one of the earlier shows. The issue with the Scotch is not that it's not a correct opening. I'm very sure white is not worse here. It's just that the theory after knight f6 has been developed so well that you're extremely likely to just, in Magnus's case, you're extremely likely to just get a game where he will just show you what the file says.
Yeah, like remember, for instance, there was a lot of debate maybe 10/15 years ago, and one of those lines where you end up with two minor pieces against the rook, and and the people kept finding like little finesses until it was completely solved. So not only you getting this position move 25, but you exactly know what kind of setup you need to make a draw.
Yeah, and honestly, that endgame in a way, to me, these days feels like the best case scenario for white, even because if you try to, black definitely, in particular against b3 here, I think you might have even stronger options. Like they were for a while there, and Jan was actually at the forefront of that. He played a number of games in this line with b3, g6, f4. But here there's a number of replies for black which appear to just not just equalize, but straight up make a forced draw by move like 20-25. So it's very, very difficult to actually find the position in the mainline Scotch these days, which isn't mathematically solved, or at least appears to be mathematically solved. And yeah, we're about to get moves pretty soon. I have already heard the sound of a move.
By the way,
made.
Peter, speaking of Scotch. It's quite an unusual drink on this the stream so far. It's water I'm drinking, but if things will start getting exciting, and especially when Sergey is gonna join, I'm afraid I will not be able to resist the temptation.
Yeah, I might.
So
I might join you later. I haven't really prepared yet, but we will have a moment to sort of restructure the call and everything, and in that moment I could very easily go and join you. And I actually guessed correctly that Magnus will just play e6.
Yeah, e6. It's the move.
Yeah, and a lot of people are remarking on the fact that Jan actually appears to have cut off his ponytail / man bun. It's actually a bit of advice that Sasha Grishuk gave to me in a similar situation. He said that it sounds very, very stupid, but actually changing something about your appearance just to make you feel like a slightly different person when you need to sort of break the course of something you don't like if you dislike how something is going, just going for some seemingly absolutely, irrelevant cosmetic changes to your appearance might actually change something in how you view the day in question, and that might be useful. d5, bishop g2. We even discussed this on air, right? Jan won an important game in the Yekaterinburg candidates in the second half against Kirill in this line. So this will not be unexpected for Magnus. Magnus will have a plan against this. What if it changes for the worse, says move by move? Well, the assumption is basically it's going poorly enough that you're not really worried about it changing for the worse, because it's already kind of hit the ventilator.
Changing for the worse. Yeah, I just recalled it was Ukraine Knockout Championship back in 2004, where I got knocked out in the same round as Vasily Ivanchuk, interestingly. He lost to Romanishin. And on our way back to the hotel, he was telling me the story how he absolutely loved, I don't quite remember, like playing in Monaco, this blindfold thing, right? Because he said you lose the game and then you go to casino and then you put, a couple of chips on red or black and you win and you don't feel that bad. And when I asked him what happened when you lose, he got stuck. Because it apparently never crossed his mind that you can lose the game and then lose.
Yeah, I was wondering what the reply would be, but there was actually no reply. Yeah,
there was no reply. Yes, either it never happened to him, or yeah.
Yeah.
So like you change, you lose again, and then what?
Yeah, then you can sort of martingale everything away this way, I suppose, right?
Yeah.
This is a dangerous path to get on.
Yeah. So here, what happens if black plays d4, by the way?
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Because, I mean, as someone who was doing a lot of reti and stuff
Maybe-
like that, I mean,
maybe we
you
go b4?
do get the Benoni, right?
Maybe we go b4 and we claim that this is...
That you cannot
Yeah,
take.
first of all, we claim that you cannot take, obviously, but also we claim that a little bit of a theoretical talk here is maybe required, because I used to be very fond of this line with the white pieces,
Yeah.
until people just started one after the other playing c5 against me in this position. And somewhat shockingly, this is a Volga with an extra tempo. And even this
Yeah.
position, if you start analyzing it with engines start telling you white is already ever so slightly worse. And it's just incredibly annoying. And I think one of the issues here is that the knight on the3, somewhat surprisingly, there will be some positions in which you would prefer this diagonal to be free for a time yet.
Yeah.
And also the pawn on e7 often tries to get to e5 in one tempo. In particular, in these types of positions, black definitely is aiming for e7, e5. So if we compare this to, let's say, this, white probably is quite happy here compared, because bishop on g2 is already there. The knight on f3 on g1 will get developed to f3, but maybe slightly later. But more importantly, black played e6 and will have to spend probably another tempo on e5 at some point in the game. So this is probably a better version. That's not to say that white is better. I don't know. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. But so before would be one version, and then you can try playing an actual reti, right? I don't know what the move order here would be. And d4 has been played, so interesting. Interesting and kind of very welcome, because I think d takes e4 is a way to equalize, but it's kind of boring. And what Magnus is doing is a way to play a game of chess. There will be less theory here and more of the actual playing of the game of chess.
Yeah, well, the thing is, d5, d4, I have two possible explanations. So one is, obviously, he just believes it's a better move and he plays it. Okay, enough said. And the other one, he could be in this sort of a predator mood, that he understands perfectly that Nepo is tilted. So he wants to win more games, so less games will be played.
Yeah, I think it's actually an indication that he feels that every single game from this moment onwards presents him with good winning chances, because Jan has to kind of abandon objectivity, so to speak, and just push as hard as possible, since draws really don't do anything at all for him anymore. And against somebody in that mood, keeping pieces on the board, playing a more complicated, more double-edged structures is obviously preferable. Must be like Peter versus him in 2013.
I'll, for a change, pay some attention to the YouTube chat. What's wrong with playing the Volga Gambit up a tempo? And obviously I have a story to that, because I think that's actually the tournament that Nigel Short likes to recall a lot. I mean, not the position itself, but kind of playing a tempo up or two tempi up. And so the tournament Nigel likes to talk a lot lately, the one that he has shown a fantastic result when we were playing with those monster kids in Iran. There was a Scheveningen tournament in like 17, 16, I don't quite remember, 2016. And all those quote-unquote prodigies like Super Jan Firouzja, Super Jan Maksudlu, were playing for the Iranian team, and we were kind of the world star team. And I won a nice game in something like that, reversed, where I got a Benoni position 2 tempi up. And I was very proud of myself and so on. And we analyzed it a little bit with Nigel, and he proved that black was actually always fine. And he said, it's still a Benoni. Yeah, I was saying, but I have a familiar position 2 tempi up, but it's still a Benoni. So that pretty much explains what's wrong with the Benko Gambit tempo.
Yeah, I mean, it's
So you are probably not worse in human terms, right? Because the human turn to compare all the time with like, okay, this position, and which looks playable, and now you're a tempo up, right? So you're probably not worse, but don't think you're better.
It's still a Volga, and in particular these days it's just so depressing to analyze, because you think, my full tempo here, I must be doing something, right, And you make a couple of moves with white, and the engine just like laughs at you hysterically. And if you make them somewhat imprecise moves, it just like straight up starts saying, "You're worse now, sir. Like you're no longer even within like equality margins." And positions remain playable; they're just not very good. But these days, starting to analyze something from like move 4 or 5, when the machine is already telling you you are fighting for equality with white, is just such an uncomfortable feeling.
Okay, knight
Knight
f3
f3 is played, which is interesting because I thought before was an option, and this appears to be at least an attempt to switch back to quote unquote classical retis, with black having played e6 already, which is not always the case in retis.
c5.
c5 is playable. You can also do this, I think. Like you can always, but I think you're much happier if you get to play 5 in these types of positions. But Magnus just
Knight c6. That's also possible. Yeah,
those types of setups, and maybe even e3, e5. Although that would be kind of really weird if you start off playing. Well, you're playing black, so you're sort of tempo down somewhere, and then you also spend 2 tempi on e6 and then e5. I think that's probably unlikely. But knight 6 played very quickly, and as we mentioned, I mean, Magnus must have known this is at least a possibility, if not a favorite to happen on the board today, but at least a possibility.
Isn't it e3 bishop c5?
It could be, and then maybe knight g7 even to have additional the expectation that the trade on d4 will eventually happen, and then the knight on f5 will be much more useful than the knight on f6 to fight for the d4 square. He doesn't need to commit to e3 yet, because in particular, in this position, bishop c5 is a little bit artificial when the pawn is not on e3 yet, and white probably switches to some kind of d3 knight bd2 plans.
Yeah, and also perhaps worth mentioning that e5 white at least considers b4. I mean, I don't think it's great, but you can.
Yeah, this is kind of weird.
e4, knight e1, and then bishop takes and knight f6. Black gets a lot of tempi,
or even bishop h3 here if we want, perhaps. Or knight f6 and drive the bishop back and just castle and claim that, yes, we traded a central pawn for the flank pawn, but we gained so many tempi along the way that we're not too unhappy. And Linus is asking, what about a3 before? a3 will pretty much always be met by a5. In all of these positions, a3 before would be a huge, big achievement for white, but you almost never actually get it because it's kind of... a5 stops all of that dead in its tracks. You can't push for b4 anymore after that. What's the difference between c5 and knight c6 for black? Well, you are much likely to take on d4 with a piece if white plays e3. The pawn just stays on c7. You get more squares for this bishop. You also save a tempo on the move c5, so you develop faster. He still plays bishop c5. Interesting.
Yeah. No, I mean, structurally, you have two ideas, right? b4 and e3, and then a5 takes care of b4, and then e3. You're basically preparing for e3. Yeah. Right.
Because, I mean, I did mention that you can just forget about it and start playing d3, but then it's unclear where your pieces are going. I can probably still go
perhaps knight
e7. Maybe here I will actually go knight f6. I'm undecided. But both are probably playable. Knight bd2, and I just need to deal with the knight e4, knight b3 threat. So I guess we play a5 here.
a5,
just to have the bishop a7 retreat if you...
You know what? You might as well start with a5, keeping the knight on g8 kind of more
and maybe we even go a4.
Right, and knight d2, even a4, or knight f6. I mean, if you want to go to b3, go to b3,
yeah, exactly,
right?
Yeah. And Jan does play d3, so...
d3, yeah, okay.
And Steve Giddens says, apparently the position after 4 knight f3 was seen in Keres Botvinnik in the Groningen World Championship. The only one in the history of chess which was a round robin. 1948. Yeah, I think black is probably just completely fine here, but I also think Jan doesn't mind. Jan knows he's not really, his aim here is not to get an opening advantage. His aim here is to get hopefully a somewhat confusing position he can just play.
Yeah, the Haag, not Groningen. Exactly.
Yeah, why did I... Yeah,
Groningen open.
yeah, obviously, but...
That one I know.
Why did I was actually very convinced I was right. Why?
It was Haag, Moscow, right?
It was, yeah. Yeah, of course it was. Yeah, I'm hallucinating. Yeah, you're right, Steve, and apologies. So what do we like? I kind of continued this line. I do like the knight on f6, but I guess white can go something like knight b3, bishop a7, and maybe e3.
Yeah, ba7, a3.
e3.
How good is... and then you mean take with the bishop?
Yeah, and I want to take with the bishop, and then I still don't know where the knight goes. Like, my biggest issue here is that after a4, maybe it goes to d4, right? And then maybe we even take with the pawn.
Yeah,
and we're not that unhappy.
How?
I think, maybe.
How? So what's your, say, next move? If I'm castling, I mean, it's a weird position, right?
Yeah, I would like to play
immediately
queen d1, e3, and knight e5 and claim I'm much better. But I suspect you will not let me.
Three.
Yeah,
moves,
I want to make not 2 but 3 moves here.
Yeah, queen d2.
Yeah, queen d2.
Yeah, queen d2, maybe to f4, knight e5. Yeah, Black has his issues as well. Like the bishop on c8, it's not clear where it's
maybe
going.
You can actually play b6 here. This is my...
Yeah, I was thinking that, but queen f4, bishop b7, rook a to e1 for now, and maybe somewhere I will be, I don't know, g4, g5.
Oh, yeah, but it's kind of a really strange structure. You don't see this structure very often, like these 3 pawns in the center. I don't really know how to assess it. It feels playable for black. It also feels that there must be some at least potential improvements to what we have just shown along the way for black.
Yeah, I was thinking take on e3, go a4, but it's perhaps...
straight away, yeah?
Nah.
Yeah, maybe this is stronger, yeah.
Because you take a7, I take a7, right? Queen knight c5...
maybe even b6, honestly. And just play this endgame. I don't think this endgame is...
No, but my worry was that you'll take
the pawn is hanging. Yeah, sorry, I'm
yeah,
really blind today.
If not that, I'm happy castling.
Yeah.
It's just that you'll take my
pawn. So I have to maybe spend a tempo on a3.
a3 and a3 queen b3 feels like meh a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
Because I'm kind of developing, or maybe not queen
I'm
b3.
looking at all kinds of things here.
Just kind of letting it happen. So not trying to move the b pawn, obviously, not playing b3, but just letting it happen that you take on b2.
Yeah, and
I think that more than playable.
Yeah, considering the context of the game, this is quite fine. Like, white maybe is not much better or not better at all, but it's some kind of a strange new position where things can happen. But obviously we're getting very, very carried away. Even a5 is not forced, and like the entire line is very, very unforced in general. If you want to really finesse it, you can play a5, and after knight bd2 you can make some kind of a weird move like bishop b6 here. Or maybe even a7, but I kind of like b6 so that in this position the pawn is not hanging. Like it goes back and the pawn is not hanging. But my point is precisely that after knight bd2, white sort of committed to attacking the bishop on c5 somehow. And knight b3 I'm very happy playing a5, a4. And after knight e4, I think I'm actually reasonably happy playing f7, f5. And just driving it away to some kind of suboptimal squares and then playing knight f6 with a very clear conscience. Although it might get messy, like, once again, considering how the match situation looks, Jan might go for something like this and then maybe even c5, knight c4 sacrifices start looking interesting. This is all very unnecessary for black, of course. The normal way to play here would be just to develop the knight and then not really think about things too much. Like, I don't know.
Knight f6, knight b3.
Knight f6, knight bd2, and maybe like e6, e5 here or whatever. Knight b3, bishop b7. And after e2, e3, we're reasonably happy just taking and playing castles. And these types of positions, I've looked at them, and what very often ends up happening is white pushes d4, black takes it, there is some trades, and then this pawn gets to c6, restricting the bishop on g2. And it looks nice, but it's really not very much at all for white. I mean, you're not heartbroken if you get this with white, but your advantage, if you have an advantage here, is not large. Let's put it like this.
Yeah.
We'll see, though, because this is the first time in the game where Magnus actually is seemingly on his own and considering his options, and he does have a reasonably wide array of options here. How does black find the square for his light bishop? Eventually, I think you get to play 65 in almost every single position here. And then it becomes much easier to find the square for this guy. There is no opening at top level where white advantage is large. Yeah, sure. I mean, I meant that even if black here makes some quote-unquote concessions, even then, white doesn't achieve a great deal. Isn't knight a3 c2 more common? I don't think it's fast enough. I think, like, if we imagine, in particular, let's say against a5, getting the knight to c2 feels like you're just wasting time, because you're actually unlikely to get before in a kind. You need to spend so much time preparing it, right? Because you cannot play a3, allow a4. So you have to play b3 and then a3 and then rook b1, and then finally you will have this threat. And by this point, black will be quite happy to just allowing it, having played, I don't know, knight f5, e5.
Isn't it similar?
You mean game 32 or?
Whatever it was.
The last one, yeah. Close.
Okay,
yeah, close.
I mean, I'm stretching it a little bit, but the plan Korchnoi was trying to go for and failed was exactly the
once
same.
again, white probably will have more tempi here because, you know, we're playing white also.
Because
we're playing white also e6 happened, and e5 will probably have to happen later. So, yeah, I think maybe this plan is... I'm a bit too dismissive of it. It's probably not that bad at all. Good point, everybody who was suggesting it. Knight h6 instead of bishop c5 scores quite well for black over a small sample. Yeah, but bishop c5 kind of aims to do the same, just more flexibly, in a way. f5 in general is a very, very good square for the knight, but you can get to it via h6 or via e7. And bishop c5 preserves the option of playing knight f6 if we want that option later in the game. But not surprising that this move scores quite well, because it does make sense. This is a very typical maneuver, and then the bishop might even go to like e7 and not bother with all of the bishop c5 nonsense. So, how long is the tank? Not that long, only 10 minutes so far, or thereabouts. Not sure what I prefer here. Actually, I am sure what I prefer here. I prefer for Magnus to make a move so that we can start talking about a specific move instead of listing all the possibilities. There we go. Thank you, Magnus.
Knight f6, yeah. Peter, and maybe once again, like e5, b4 now would be legitimately not good,
that would be a mistake here. I'm pretty sure.
b4, okay, I mean, I'm not sure how much, because you can still kind of take with the knight and maybe drive the knight back from e5 and still
something
play,
like this might still be sort of okay, but you never really want to trade this guy for this guy in particular, having lost so much time sort of trying to prevent it. And of course, the tactical justification, just so we show it once, is this very, very typical. Even like maybe this is actually what black has to try. Some position like this, although probably ends up there's really no attack on the king side, and
you're never on time. I mean, bishop a3. You'll be begging for the
after rook e1 and e3, you actually are the side getting mated, I suspect, not white. But yeah, e5 was unlikely to happen in any case. It's interesting that he does it this order, because he obviously could have started with knight f6 on the previous move. But maybe he really felt, as we were saying, that discouraging the normal reti play with e3 is quite important. So he played bishop c5, waited for d3, and is now back to the kind of classical way of developing pieces. One question here that you have to address is, this trade sometimes is useful for white.
A clever trade.
Because like knight d2, knight e4 becomes a topic, so you probably have to force the trade before the knight actually lands on e4. And now you have to decide, how much you care about your dark squared bishop.
Honestly, as someone who played quite a few, as I said, reti and Benoni positions, I mean, it sounds nice, but if black goes queen d8, knight d4, bishop e7, and ask you, what's then?
Yeah, I have no answer.
Then all the horses move back.
Eventually they start getting driven back. I'm not a fan, and Jan goes knight bd2 quite quickly. And I want to mention that I think one of the very important things for today for Jan is to actually try to do something that we were kind of advising against for the entire match. And just sort of trust that today is a good day and play quickly and confidently. And try to put some pressure on Magnus clockwise. Because I think, his general approach for this match was quite clearly, he was, for the first 6 games, he was very, very obviously trying to fight his very normal, he's one of the fastest players in the world in general. And he plays really, really well when he plays fast, and it's also a day where, his head is clear and everything is working as intended. He is an extremely gifted chess player. But it also, it leads to mistakes occasionally, and he was trying to, weigh every decision and not really rush into things. But I think with the way the match score is going, and also the way we assume his general mental state is, I think today would be a good day to just trust that his head obeys him and play quickly.
If any of the two is uncomfortable with the fact that there is no increment, right? It's clearly Magnus. I mean, as of previous games, right? I mean, I don't think Jan ever was in any kind of time deficit.
In this match, game 6, they were both in some kind of time trouble. Yeah. Not like 1 minute for 10.
Anyway, the kind of the mistake he made, I think it was after the time control, right?
Well, he didn't take the pawn on move like 36, I think.
Yeah, that was.
When he clearly decided to play on field and to push for more, he clearly saw he can win a pawn, but he wanted to also maybe play against Magnus's clock a little bit. And he made a move which I assume he thought was a sharper and more principled way to play for a win there. The queen d5 mistake wasn't due to time, though. He wanted to flag Magnus or something. It's those things happen more when you're also in some time trouble yourself. I think your decision making gets a bit skewed when there's this adrenaline rush of both of you playing on like a minute. In particular with no increment, because there's an actual fear of running out of time and losing the game because of it. Because I think by this point, with the 30-second increment, most of us feel that, mistakes will happen, but it's sort of impossible to lose on time, even though people still manage. So what do we do here? Do we care about perhaps being forced to play bishop b7, or can we just castle and say knight b3 is an awkward move? I don't mind at all.
I mean, we can have your setup, like castle here, knight b3, bishop e7. I don't think white has anything more clever than e3.
Sorry, that's too far.
Maybe it's still taken by yeah, e3 takes e5.
Yeah, that definitely is a kind of a nice fallback position for black. This option always exists. It's impossible to not allow this. Do you recall how many games Ivanchuk lost on time during the candidates in London? Asks Paul Salier. I think it was 6. I think it was 6, and I think we were playing pretty much this exact time control. Yeah, Vasily was in a very strange frame of mind for that tournament, and one of them was against me, but against me, I think by that point he was completely lost already, so it didn't really change the outcome. But I think there was 1 or 2 where it actually changed the outcome, or at least kind of hastened the outcome quite a bit. The fact that he was very, very short on time for like the last 10 or 15 moves.
Mm-hmm. So that was option 1, and option 2 would be
A5, I guess.
A5, but we've discussed it a bit and kind of we were not
thrilled,
sure, right?
with this position. We were looking at this position, and we thought it was playable for white. Maybe not more than playable, but it's definitely playable. Flying in a lost position, or as I call it, letting God resign for you. Yeah, sort of.
Yeah, that's...
Would you consider bishop g5 before e3? In this particular position, no. I think the point about bishop g5 is that you play it with an actual intention of taking on f6. And once you take on f6, with this guy on a7, you're just so much less happy about pushing e3. And
yeah, it's not clear what you want.
And also, like, even if you want to push e3, it suddenly becomes a lot harder to even achieve because of how strong this pressure is. Rook c1, yeah, but rook c1 doesn't really do very much. We'll just castle, go, I don't know, e5, queen e7, and yeah, this position I very much like for black. Men bun fun done for young gun yan. Yeah, something like that. People are exercising their right to rhyme.
People are rhyming.
Rhyming, yeah. You can block the bishop though, which is nice. I assume you mean c4, c5. Let's say you play c5 here and I go queen e7 and then I start threatening a5, a4. And then I add e5, bishop e6. Yeah.
The pawn though.
The pawn, yeah, okay,
D4.
I'll start with
so you start with e5
and then I'll go a4. c5 might actually turn out to be more of a weakness than a strength. The bishop on a7 is not that discombobulated here, I'm pretty sure. Was there already some commentary on the symbolism of the haircut mid-match? Yeah, I mean, it's irrelevant largely, and I'm sure Jan knows it's irrelevant. It's just a way to, change something, because something clearly needs to be changed. And it's much easier to get a haircut than to, figure out exactly why your chess is seemingly malfunctioning. This is how I got an earring, basically. I'm sure I told this story at some point, or at least on some streams, but in 99 I felt my life wasn't really going the way it was supposed to be going, and instead of actually fixing anything about my life, I just got an earring. Which is, one way to go.
That's how we go about things,
like
right?
Why actually, do any kind of...
Why fix your life where you can...
Yeah. Why do any kind of meaningful self-reflection when you can just kind of, buy a cheap earring and, yeah, achievement stuff, unlocked, yeah. Life completely changed, move on.
There was something, have you seen this question about online board versus the real life board in a Twitch chat?
Let me look at...
Perhaps coming from someone who started to play chess online, because for us, I don't think it's ever a question. So basically, yeah, let me try to read it.
I found it,
loud.
Yeah. Yeah, you can still, yeah, I mean, it's it's your turn to read chat.
You found I've lost.
Okay,
it, so.
I have heard some chess players say I'm better at online play. Why is that? Is it because it's easier to see the position on the board? When you play over-the-board chess, do you picture an online board in your mind or a physical chess board? That last part, I'm interested to hear what you will say. Because I have an answer to it, but it's kind of a very unsatisfactory answer. Like, have you ever tried figuring out the board in your head? Is it 2D or 3D?
It's multidimensional. There is no picture of an actual board. No, seriously. I mean, I can't really describe it properly, but it's neither of those. I mean, it's not a diagram board or a 2D board. It's not a 3D board. Well, perhaps it's closer to the 3D.
Yeah, I think it's closer to the 3D board, but it kind of fluctuates. It depends on like what exactly you're thinking about, how because sometimes you like there will definitely
it's kind of pieces flying around. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think that would be a bit of a closer to my
Miro playing
description.
literal 5D chess in his head. Yeah, Miro is a
because I'm 5
Miro
head.
is a 5 head. Yeah,
I mean,
Miro is an obvious 5 head. Plot twist: Miro is Beth Harmon. Yes. Your cover is well and truly blown now, Miro. Nobody will look at you with the same eyes ever again. But yeah, coming back to your original question, there was actually an answer provided in chat which I wanted kind of semi-jokingly give myself because it's easier to cheat. But because honestly I haven't heard anyone say it's easier to play online than live. There are some inconveniences about playing live to do with having to leave your room or perhaps even your city and not being able to play in your sweatpants. But apart from that, I really don't know why online would have been easier than live. The thinking processes are the same, but for me, I see no advantages for it. Do it.
Yeah, I would agree, Peter. Like in terms of getting into this state of mind, sort of, right? In terms of concentration, and obviously, I mean, you walk to the playing hall. It'll be a bit too poetic, but it's a sort of a temple, and then you come there, and everything kind of real life disappears, and you are playing chess. Right, and here I'm kind of imagine I'm playing with Duda, this chess 24 Banter Blitz, and then the cat is scratching the door and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, you can definitely. It's much easier to achieve some sort of a what they call the zone when you're playing over the board chess, because I think it's much easier to just switch the distractions off while you're in the playing hall, and you're surrounded by chess and nothing else, and your home life doesn't invade in any way between games, or let's say if you're playing rapid tournaments and there's more than one game per day, you still feel like you're in the process, and it's much easier to stay in the zone once you get there. Anyway, bishop e7 instead of bishop a7, played by Magnus, and Jan, as we expect, does play e3, because obviously spending all this time on going knight b1, d2, b3, and then allowing a5, a4, and going back would have been unconscionable. And it's interesting that Magnus hasn't taken yet, which means he's seriously considering e5.
Yeah. That was my question. I mean, we somehow were automatically capturing on e3.
This feels
this
feels a bit risky, but maybe I'm misevaluating this position. Position like this is.
How risky it is if I play a4, because it seems that you'll end up being on knight h5.
You have this.
I'm
yeah,
sure.
We have to calculate though.
I mean, I don't know if I do have.
Yeah,
this,
we have to calculate.
It starts to be quite a mess. Yeah, pawn takes, obviously.
Yeah, you have this option, right? But maybe I'm not that unhappy, right?
Bishop takes, bishop d7.
I just take on d7 and I go gf
trade.
and I play queen f3 and I claim I have more pawns, at least for now.
Yeah, but
I mean, it's an unclear position.
Would it be just an optical illusion? Because the b file, at first glance, I was also very happy with white. But then I thought, yeah, the B file and
Well, this is unclear, but I think we kind of welcome unclear positions as young, considering how the match is going. And also, this is not forced. There's also an option to maybe start with rook e1, but then also a4 and castles and
yeah, kind of same thing. I want to say a4 knight d2, maybe a4 at once.
does this
knight d2
exist?
and castle.
By the way,
Yeah, but and then you want the pawn again. Yeah, knight c5. Knight c5 might be annoying. Yeah, especially if after a3 you can play b4 somehow.
yeah, I would very much like to. I don't know if it works, but if it works, it obviously is the move I want to make in this position. Knight b4, maybe queen b3 or something. Yeah.
You just queen b3.
But yeah, my question is maybe black can actually do something like that. Yeah, I don't know.
Rook e7, knight a6.
Yeah, the ac5. Yeah. We're getting very carried away, but it's a fun line to analyze.
Yes.
But the issue, I think the bigger issue with b6 is just some kind of a move like knight e5, bishop c5, and I don't know, queen. I have the a6 square though. I thought I was actually kind of capturing the rook on a8, but it has a very decent square on a6, sidestepping all of the attacks.
And also my argument would be even if, like bishop f5, take a8,
Exactly,
queen takes a8, how happy are you?
Yeah, so Magnus actually did consider this for a bit, but he goes with the more conservative option again, which is d3, bishop b3, and I assume he goes e5 here, because castles d4 might actually be kind of unpleasant for black. I wouldn't be shocked to find out that this is not altogether equal at all. So I think you have to play e6, c5.
Well, once again, black will have two bishops in
I'm
this
not sure,
line?
because I think I can maybe play bishop f4 here. At least I was trying to calculate, calculating is difficult as we all know, but I was trying to calculate if maybe I can do this. The line continues though, because it looks like I blundered a piece, but maybe I haven't. And then again it looks like I blundered the piece, but maybe I haven't. And we get to some kind of a position like this, which I cannot assess. Maybe we're losing after rook a-d1.
Rook d1, rook
Maybe
d8.
we lose to rook d1, rook d8 in the end. And it's just mate.
So you did.
I did blunder a piece eventually, yeah. It's just it wasn't immediately obvious along the way, yeah. But I did eventually blunder a piece in installments. So yeah, I expect e5. We'll see what Magnus does, but my understanding of this structure, unless he wants to play a4, but here, just as in the previous position, I don't know why we are forcing white to think about knight d4 and knight c5. Both of those seem very playable. Why did white not take f takes e3? Because your bishop on c1 is kind of sad. It's not unplayable, but yeah, I think the main issue is this guy. Black probably goes e5 and then goes a4. If this knight was on c3 already, not on b3, maybe it would have been much more playable. But here you are probably kind of unhappy about things.
Yeah, like what's
yeah, specifically because of a5, a4, which is coming very quickly. And if you have to spend a tempo on something like a4, black will just develop and be quite happy. And this is a very good square for all the pieces. So I think that's it's a bit of a simplistic explanation, but it's some kind of an explanation for it. Apparently castles d4, knight g4 is fine for black. D4, and then instead of a4, we go knight g4. I still don't know what changes. Yeah, I still don't know what changes. I assume machine just kind of says it's fine here. I don't know, some kind of bishop f6 maybe, or a4 followed by bishop f6. I don't know. It's confusing to me. It doesn't look that great. I would prefer not to play this position, but obviously tactics exists and maybe it just works out. I've actually been looking, I was going to say I was looking at this, but knight g5, queen takes g4 is a bit strong. And also I think it's a lot more committal. I think e5 is the good thing about the e6, e5 here is that it's just a very solid move, which is unlikely to, backfire badly. Might not be the best move in the position, but I think you kind of know what you're getting there. I liked it with the pawn on a7 and the king already on g8, though. I liked it more, than what we're getting here.
Okay, let's go
exactly,
d4.
Yeah, we go d4 here. I assume e4 knight g5 is not great because this guy is now in kind of mortal danger. Even though maybe you can play bishop f5 and... Whoa! Okay. That's a very interesting way to go about things. And also extremely concrete. I like this. At first glance, I quite like this.
Obviously hinting at bishop f4, e5,
And
so you no longer get the same
you can't really transpose back to what we were looking at. So the options are leaving it on e3 and allowing knight takes e3, which I think in general makes black quite happy. Even though, like, I'm sure there's some argument for doing this. And just saying your bishop on c8 is stupid, your knight on c6 is also kind of stupid. And maybe, I can get some kind of play like this and press in the center. Anish thinks Magnus is still in book. Yeah, it's not impossible at all. He spent a bit too much time though, like half an hour is quite a lot of time to get here. But yeah, I wouldn't entirely rule it out. So one option would be just to play something like d4 here, and the other would be to play either bishop c1, which is one position, and bishop c5 is a different position. I think bishop c5 is probably not very much. You can play, maybe even do this and then take with the queen. Knight d4, we take, we go, I don't know, knight f6 back. Bishop c5 played quite quickly as well. Interesting. A number of ways you can go about things here with black. a4 is one. We can also take and play queen e7, maybe not that stupid. But I like a4.
Yeah, a4 feels nice.
Missed the beginning. What was the opening? It was some kind of a weird Reti-ish type line, Pivosen. This was positioned by move 3, and then Magnus played d4, knight f3, knight c6, and you can sort of see the outlines of what we see on the board right now. So knight g4, bishop c5. Yeah, this looks logical. Is Jan still in preparation? Even if he isn't, I think he's doing the right thing in playing quickly, as I said earlier. I think that's the way to go today. Yeah, Sergey is on the way back from the playing venue, and I feel a lot better about announcing that he will be on stream because he apparently gave some interviews, so it really shouldn't be a surprise that he is there. So I haven't leaked anything that I didn't really want to leak.
Is Chad still in the prep?
Chad is always extremely well prepared.
Yeah, I mean, statistically, if we consider, like, if there is at least one person who who is in preparation, the whole chat is in preparation, then statistically, Chad has very good odds.
Is Sergey Miro's brother that we spoke about? You
imagine,
brother from another mother, something.
Yeah,
one of those brothers.
From another mother.
Chat has Elo 3700. I think you've misspelled MMR there, languages. Does bishop d6 have any merit? This is an interesting move I did not consider at all. The idea obviously is to play a4 and then deny the knight on b3 all of the good squares. You know that those shots weren't fired at you, Neil, come on. You know me better than that. We are not talking about your MMR, says Jake. People with the sword are very dangerous in this channel. They're savages.
Knight from f3 somewhere,
knight f3, f4 maybe.
You can go to e5 though.
Yeah, maybe even immediately. I was calculating all that crap, but I don't think we need to. Yeah, like just go knight g5 here.
Yeah, like bishop c5, I was a bit worried about knight c6,
Yeah, I was
And
trying to
then-
figure out what's. Oh, sorry. Yeah, bishop c5, knight 6. I was trying to figure out if maybe like this is a move, but I assume we just lose to something like queen e2 here. Or
Yeah, 'cause
or
this
bishop
is-
f2. But bishop f2, I guess maybe no. But king h1, queen g5 then. Yeah, this is what I was trying to calculate, and I came to no conclusions. But basically, the conclusion I did come to was it's sort of too early in the day for me to try to calculate complicated variations. I have no idea what this is, because somewhat shockingly, I think this might work out for black. And if you go king takes f2, I think I'm probably okay playing this position.
Hang on.
Go on.
Hang on. The last position, knight b7. You have knight
I have
d3.
knight e3, I have even knight takes b2,
Knight
maybe.
d3, knight d6 check though. Knight b2, I was planning to trap this knight by
Knight
going
c5
to
and rook
c5.
b1, yeah. But then maybe I have a4, a3.
Yeah, I mean, which still isn't
Yeah,
the
like
end.
rook
Of
b8,
course.
rook b1, a4, who knows what this is. I think the conclusion here is just like we are not emotionally invested enough in making this work to actually
know.
continue calculating it. Gary and Fabi both saying Magnus is still in prep because you don't play bishop c5, a5, knight g4 otherwise. Yeah, as I said, I can't rule it out, but it's a bit slow. Like, if he is, then
Peter is good at chess.
somewhat, yeah.
That's the conclusion.
Peter is good at
Yeah, chat. And you absolutely love the mindset. You're good at chess.
Yeah. I'm good at pretending I'm good at chess. I've built a career out of it. I still think a4 is more likely. I think bishop d6 is giving white a little bit too much freedom, even if it's a playable move, which it probably is. So we just do this, bishop b7, queen e7, knight bd4 and knight fd4 might actually be the same thing in this position. So we take, we go back to f6, and we claim that this is...
Don't we play 5 for whatever reason?
Actually, maybe. I was worried.
I mean, I was scared a bit about knight c6, but
Yeah, we
then
just
I
ignore it, yeah.
realized that I'm not forced
Yeah,
to
we just
take.
ignore it somehow. Queen d6 or queen somewhere, yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess we, like, white probably plays something like rook e1, and we just castle, and... I mean, this looks dangerous,
Yeah,
though. Like
playing-
h3, knight f6, knight f3 might already be a bit of a problem here for black. Knight f6 wasn't forced, though. We can play maybe some kind of queen c5 here. But it's becoming a little bit touch and go. It's becoming... Like, we're turning this into a position where we might have to equalize move by move. We can't really equalize...
Or be much
Yeah, or
better.
be doing... Oh, yeah, we could
Look.
be doing very well.
H takes... knight f2, by the way.
Ah, yeah,
Don't
even
go queen
stronger.
c5, yeah.
Even stronger with the same idea. I looked at queen f6, knight f3, and I kind of gave up. But queen c5 is... Yeah. If Magnus is in...
This is just
Yeah, it's
a pawn.
just a very good position for black, yeah. James Watson saying, if Magnus is in prep, it can't be very fresh. Yeah, that would be one way for this to still be preparation. That basically he knows they've looked at this at some point, but definitely not this morning, and he is trying to kind of reconstruct some, like, often what happens when you've looked at something but it's not been refreshed on the day is you have like a final picture in your brain of what the end of the line looks like, and you're doing some sort of retro analysis.
Yeah, you're trying
Yeah,
to reassemble what set of moves you have to play to actually get to the the position you want.
Yeah, so this is how you often spend quite a bit of time on the lines you've definitely seen before, when you're not entirely sure about move orders and you're trying to figure out.
Yeah, and sometimes it happens actually. Yeah, but kind of the experienced chess fans might remember such moments that you tend to spend kind of a lot of time reaching move 15, and then all of a sudden you speed up.
And then you start blitzing, yeah.
Right, because you do remember what you're supposed to play in this line. You just don't remember how this line happens.
Yeah. Happens quite a bit, yeah.
What was
Somebody
that?
suggested queen h5 in that position, and I thought I can show that I think I can even take on d3 here, and this doesn't seem to be working very well.
You can take h3
Yeah, we could also
once
take on
again.
h3. Yeah. The point being that after everything gets captured, we still have our queen c5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had this kind of a reconstruction issue very recently when I was playing against Anton Korobov in the European clubs, and I actually prepared a line that we got onto the board in the Grunfeld, and then, because it was something that one of my teammates forwarded to me, and I looked at it kind of briefly before the game, and I knew I could remember very clearly how the line looks starting from move 14, but I needed to figure out how you get to move 14 from the position that I had on the board, and I actually didn't manage because I had two seemingly very similar options, and I ended up choosing one and was instantly replied to with something I hadn't looked at and didn't remember, and I spent the next half an hour sort of cursing at myself softly under my breath. Maybe not even very softly.
Okay, so bishop c5 played.
Still thinking. Yeah. Don't you find, by the way, Miro, that this is one of the advantages of wearing a mask outside? That you can actually kind of swear at things and nobody sees you swearing.
Not that I care too much. I mean, when I want to swear,
that is true. But I found that you can, like, if you keep it low enough, you can maintain a kind of a very nice flow of self-expression without really changing your facial expression, and nobody's any the wiser. So, I found.
Yeah, so kind of your face is spreading half. Yeah, and you're smiling with your eyes.
Yeah, you're
saying, "What a moron!" Yeah.
Why are you suddenly parked on a pedestrian crossing? You absolute person. Yeah, person of personness. Castles played, which is the option we did not mention whatsoever, because it didn't seem to me like this is the way to go. In particular, I thought, why are we allowing d4? But Peter, could you please mask up and demonstrate your technique? I have a very...
there is a very important question in the Twitch chat. I'm afraid more important than why do we allow d4. Yeah. So, like, if you had to give up swearing alcohol, which would you choose?
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I have to ponder. I don't actually drink all that much. I have a feeling I would be happier to give up alcohol, because I think, by this stage of my life, if you take away my ability to freely express myself at the iniquities and injustices of the life in general, I would be a very, very cross man. Also a bit healthier. Swear off alcohol. Well played, Shu Event Horizon. Well
I would
played.
certainly quit reading Twitch chat. I mean, if this is a choice.
Yeah, that's also a very good solution. Yeah, never read Twitch chat again. You never find out you were put to the sword with this choice, and you continue drinking and swearing. That's the way to go. There's a line from Keep Your Cool. D4 A4. Yeah. You have Keep Your Cool. Your knight on C6 kind of it has reborn, right?
Okay, sure. Because it's nice. Not to make fun of the person who suggested it, but it really happens.
And then
it really happens.
And then you're playing knight d4 here.
When you calculate the line, and you actually make this mistake of the piece that already disappeared. You actually can play C6.
So the fact that your knight doesn't actually have reborn, it's maybe
you can play C6, or you might be able to play Rook A5. Yeah. I don't know if it's a good move, but it's a funny move to make.
I mean, C6 is simpler, but Rook A5 also.
I mean, it's not very often that you have this pin that actually works. Or seemingly works. I mean, I'm not sure still. Yeah, like, I mean, H3, I think C5
probably also works. Yeah, and Steve Giddens with the old chestnut of, when I read about the evils of drink, I was so shocked I gave up reading. That absolutely is the way to go for, or at least, I'm not sure if it's the way to go, but it's the way many people have gone in the past, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know if I'm fully entitled to say we Russians, but we have a saying about like job, and then when vodka is in kind of gets in the way of your business or your job, whatever.
Yeah.
Quit the
and you
freaking
obviously
job.
quit the job. Yeah, you obviously quit the job. We are lucky in that respect because our current employer is very okay with us not quitting the drink while still seemingly doing our job to the best of our ability. If d4 is not good here, which it might not be all that great, then I quite like castling. Basically what Magnus has done here is he made sure he will get to trade the bishop on c5, but he also does it sort of at his leisure, at the point of his choosing. Just open up the whiskey, guys. We know you want it. We're waiting for Sergey. We're trying to corrupt the innocent young Sergey, who is, I will say, no longer that young. I will not comment on his innocence, but he's definitely not as young as he used to be. We're trying to maybe get him to join in. Although he is now in the country where perhaps drinking is slightly more problematic than it is for the two of us.
Public drink, that is. I mean, they still have the bars for the foreigners, and you can buy it in duty-free on arrival. And I have to confess, some people that I know, this guy, for instance, did drink in them.
Yeah,
so it's not impossible. I mean, if you're persistent.
Nothing is impossible, yeah. But you do have to perhaps be slightly inventive.
Yeah.
If you take on e7, like in some order we can get to this position, like it's actually I think quite likely to appear. And the issue is knight c5. I actually think maybe this tactic is not that bad. Although of course the important move here to calculate is knight takes e5. Queen d5 we sort of refuted with the help of the
Rook e1 as well.
Yeah, or rook e1 is even stronger.
Rook e1 with the intention to take rook
that's
e5.
even stronger. Yeah.
Like rook d8, rook e5 probably just gives white strong material.
That actually maybe refutes the entire line, sadly. But
the thing is, no, you cannot. No, I thought take on d4, go rook d8, but then the d4
exactly.
Is hanging. You're not forced to take on d4. You can start by playing rook d8.
Yeah, and then after knight a4, you can start with something like this, or if
hopefully you can do this.
Rook e1 maybe. Okay, and speak of the devil, we'll take a very short break, and hopefully we'll come back with more people on the call.
Okay. Not that I'm against it. I need a refill.
And hang on a second, we're back online. Hopefully with our guest. Let me change the the title as well. Welcome to the stream, Sergey. And
Hello.
how's your day?
Thank you.
And I have some questions for you.
Well, my day was unusual. Let's say it's not every day I'm helping another players to do something, but this time it was this case.
Yeah, and before we start talking about this game, I have some very specific questions I've been meaning to ask you about the kind of the general situation for today. So, what would be your advice to somebody who is 2 points behind in a match and has to kind of play for a win in this type of situation?
Well, I was thinking about it before before our stream, and I was remembering our match in Baku, and yeah, somehow I just think that you should keep believing that you can win, and in case of Jan, I seriously believe that he can do it, and I think that Magnus was lucky, very lucky at some points. So he is winning +2. It is not completely what should have been.
Fair, and also I have a follow-up question to this question. So this is the advice to people who is to a person who is trailing by 2 points. But also I would like to ask you, maybe you have some advice for somebody who is leading by 2 points, because maybe this advice will be useful to somebody.
When you are leading, I think that you should not play for a draw. That's the main thing. You should just play chess, because when you play for a draw, you can get very passive position, and it will be difficult to play. But when you're not playing for a draw, I remember that Levon told me that in knockout systems it's easier to win a second game than to make a draw sometimes. So just play chess.
Fair enough. Yeah, I thought those 2 questions needed to be asked at the very beginning, because it's important to get the main things out of the way. With that done, what do you think about the current position? To start with, do you think any of them are still in their prep? Because chat always wants to know, is this still prep or not?
I think it's actually a prep for both. But about the position, okay, it's clear that only white can get something here, but it's very much I don't know how to say, move by move. If you will be able to get the pawn on d4 and to move back knight from g4 and to control the center, of course white will be much better, but black has some counterplay with a4 and maybe with some other tricks, and maybe at some point after h3 black can even consider knight h6, knight f5.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So yeah, I think that let's say in 5 moves we will see where the position will go, which way, and it's too early to say that white is better.
Yeah, we were trying to look at like immediate d4 either here, or you can also include bishop takes e7, because I think the bishops will be traded, so you maybe it's just easier to trade them immediately so that you don't have to calculate bishop takes e5. And then after d4, there's a lot of options for black. You can start with a4, you can start with rook d8 here, maybe. Actually, not a lot of options. I think those are the 2 main moves in the
two moves, yeah, basically.
Because I think if you give white any more time, even d4, d5 might become interesting, and yeah.
d4, d5. Yeah, maybe at some point. But it's very critical to look at a4 probably, knight c5 rook, knight c5 e5 or something.
Knight c5 e5. This actually we haven't looked at. We were discussing this move, but we currently don't think it works for a number of reasons. Maybe the most important one is rook e1 here. There might be others. So I guess, yeah, I was looking at rook d8 and hoping maybe black can make something like this work. But I'm not entirely convinced.
Oh, well, maybe there will be something like knight c6, and I just play this position.
Yeah, just
Queen c2.
put pieces like this and claim that every endgame is winning now for us, something like that.
Yes, probably. But I was thinking about a4, knight c5, e5. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I just blundered this move, so I'm now trying to reassess everything. Rook e1, I guess, is the most natural reply.
Yeah. And rook d8, for example. So h3 works.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out. I think maybe black is actually getting there, right? Because there seems to be no follow-up here. We just take on f3, take on c5. And I don't see how white does anything spectacular in this position.
Yes, so it seems to be very critical.
Yeah, it seems like this is definitely something that needs to be assessed. And if this works for black, then what do you do with white? Like, what's the other option?
It's not clear. Well, white can take and play knight bd4, for example, but not sure.
Yeah, I thought this just is not going to be all that much, and maybe we can even take and play e5 there.
Yeah, just take e5.
Yeah. We were looking at this earlier. Why I think a different
Actually, I just want to say that many people underestimate Magnus' preparation, but in fact he is very, very good prepared, and he plays such lines which are not the main, but he looks them very deeply, and I'm just totally sure that Magnus is on his book still.
That's interesting because it's a bit slow, right? If you spend half an hour on 11 moves, it's a bit slow to still be repeating your preparation, but it's not impossible at all. Yeah, but normally he will.
Well, but I think if he plays bishop c5, of course he prepared this bishop c5, and then he was just trying to remember the precise moves, how it goes. I mean, to take on c5 and then castle, or castle immediately. I mean, some details.
Yeah, I mean, bishop c5 definitely was still prep, and probably even knight f6, but he started thinking sort of earlier than I expected after having played bishop c5. He started thinking, already even knight f6 took him like maybe 12 minutes, and
probably he was just thinking, should he play a5 immediately? Because if he plays knight f6, maybe there will be bishop g5, and when you didn't repeat the line just before the game, sometimes you mix up.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Okay, back to the position on the board. So yeah, we have the option of pushing d4 immediately. We have the option of, as you mentioned, take and some knight to d4. Right? I think it probably is very similar, whichever knight you choose.
Yeah, probably take.
And yeah, it looks like it's fine for black, honestly, because rook e1. I think we can play knight takes f2 even, maybe, with the queen c5 ideas.
Maybe. Yeah, probably yes. Oh, well, my idea was just to play some knight b5, c6, knight c3, but
yeah, but then you're just not better, right?
Probably not
better here. Not at all. It's just a very solid position. The bishop will come out, the knight will return, or as you mentioned, like ideal scenario for black, it might even get to f5 and then to g4. It just doesn't seem like anything at all for Jan. Yeah.
Seems equal.
So, coming back to like the general state of things in the match, people have been, you were quoted, and the quote was instantly picked up everywhere. I think you were quoted as saying that you think Jan has a 20% chance in the match right now. And
well, it was just more or less what I was saying.
Yeah, and chat was very interested. Like, how do you? It's just so difficult to assess exactly, how to assign numbers to these things. I'm sure a lot of people think this is optimistic.
Yes, but I don't agree with them, because if we'll see a real Jan, I mean, in a good shape, then it can change. And also, you should not forget that Magnus was really lucky at some points in this match. He was worse in the first games. Okay, to be more precise, he was losing on second game if Jan would have played correctly, and also he was worse in game 5.
Yeah.
Which he won. Yes, so you should not forget that the luck can change.
Yeah, that all is definitely true. And another topic that we've been discussing with Miro quite a bit, and when Vladimir was on air, we were also talking with him. I'm interested to as somebody who played Magnus in a match, a lot of people seem to be criticizing the approach that Jan had, in particular with the white pieces, until today. Today, obviously, we understand it's a special case. He is -2. He needs to try new things, but it seems like a lot of people think he should have been doing something different with white. And I wanted your take on this, because my statement, my opinion on this, I've repeated over and over during the streams. I think he was doing exactly what he should have been doing, but I wonder if you...
Well, he was trying. I mean, he played normal openings, quite principal openings, and we all had a feeling that Magnus wasn't playing so strong lines, after which you can say that, okay, he showed the way to play, and it's no way to play it again. So I think that Jan played actually a normal lines, but somehow Magnus also played well, and the draws were quite long.
Yeah, and honestly, Jan did get very pleasant positions in some of those Spanish games. Like game 5, he looked position looked very promising, and even game 3, I think to a certain extent, he should have been quite satisfied with what he got out of the opening.
Yes, probably if Magnus would have played better in that openings, then Jan would probably change.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He thought that, okay, he's getting slightly better positions. Why to change?
And another question, sort of in the same direction. I don't know exactly how to phrase this, but do you think his general approach is very different to how you were preparing for the 2016 match? Do you think?
Actually, not much, because okay, it's very obvious that you can say that Jan is not going for the very sharp positions. I mean, at least he doesn't play sharp openings, and when you play Petrov, you cannot really get a sharp position. So it's actually very similar to what I was doing, because I was playing Berlin. Petrov, it's basically doesn't matter. And he was trying Spanish with white. It's also the same what I was doing. So it's similar match, but maybe Jan is not very much used to play such boring lines, because it doesn't suit his style.
Yeah, honestly, this is interesting that you say this, because to me it doesn't even look boring. Like, I've been playing the Spanish my entire life, and so have you. And I don't know, to me the lines that Jan is playing and the positions he is getting with white, they don't even look boring. They look sort of exactly how they're supposed to look. And I'd be quite happy. Be quite happy getting those positions with white, I think.
With white, yes, but normally you played more games probably with black.
Yeah.
At least in our
probably,
games.
Yeah, probably. Okay, I guess we can return to this if something comes up. But for now, Jan has been thinking for a bit here, right? It's been a...
Yeah, probably he doesn't... he's not sure about which line to go.
Yeah, it seems like... Yeah, I checked on one of the other websites, and he's been thinking for like 23 minutes here already, which is a reasonably long time. And actually, this brings up a different question. Another one, I kind of stated my preference today, but I haven't really played World Championship matches as is, and you have. So and you know Jan probably a bit better than I do. I was saying earlier that I think it would be good for him to actually go back to playing really quickly today.
Yes, probably Jan should be himself. He shouldn't change and to play quickly to show his mimics. I mean, his face.
Hang on a second, I'm doing something stupid.
Yes.
Yeah, let's not do that again. I was trying to refresh the board so that the timings are more precise, and then I did something slightly wrong. Let me maybe try this again, because it annoys me that the clocks are slightly wrong on our screen right now. Let me try. And he does play d3, d4, so maybe this will update the clocks. 1 second, guys. I'll try to get it sorted in a second.
I'm waiting for you, but I just want to say that I'm a little bit afraid that the game can go to the drawing.
So some kind of a
direction.
forced variation which might just be equal, yeah?
Yes, and it's that Jan even will not be able to show his skills because it's just
this is always the worry, I guess, that something like this might happen, and then you just don't get to play chess very much.
Yes.
So let's do this for a second, and then I'll try to fix the clocks in our viewer. D4 is obviously like you want to play d4. D4 is the one move that might actually give you something, but it also could lead to some kind of forced variations which just end up being equal for black. So
yes,
the most critical line here would be the one that we looked at, right? A4 and then e5. Is there any way for us not to take on e7? I guess not, right?
No, he should take knight c5. Yeah, it was very principled.
Is this a move we can make just to avoid the immediate complications?
Well, maybe you can do it, but
Rook d8, I guess, yeah.
the question if you're better.
Yeah, rook d8, and then
Yes.
this is a weakness, and I don't know how to defend it.
Yes.
So yeah, of course you want to play knight c5 here, and we were checking this, right? Yeah,
e5,
5,
yes.
and we are currently not sure what to do.
Well, maybe something like rook e1, rook d8, and some b4 or something. And just to hope to come back.
So the idea...
the idea is that you cannot really take on b4.
Because
With
h3,
knight,
I guess, yeah?
h3 and somehow...
Yeah,
well,
this
it
looks
is-
very nice for white.
Yes. So probably
Mhm.
AB and then knight x3. Knight b3 and, well, at least it might be something.
It might be, yeah. It might be something here, because we want to play d5. The pawn on e5 is still a little bit vulnerable. Maybe h3 will be useful later. It's a strange position, yeah.
Maybe even black will have to play e4 and
Then it becomes very sharp at least, yeah. Then e4
Yes.
with f5. Maybe black is fine, but it becomes some kind of a street fight, which we want in a... Yeah,
Which we-
considering the match situation, we definitely want. An interesting question in Twitch chat, because the move knight c1 I just didn't consider at all, but maybe it's a much better square, because we can put it on e2 and protect the pawn on d4. So maybe this is playable. It's definitely stronger than knight d2, I just didn't see it existed for some reason. My my mind just completely blanked on the fact that you can put it on this square.
Well, we both know Jan, and he's not really considering such moves.
Yeah,
I believe.
probably not, but we'll see. A4 bishop b7, queen e7 will be on the board very, very soon. So we'll see if Jan wants to go back or forward. Yeah, my money is on Jan making only the moves which aimed forward.
Yes. Actually, there are some moves to be, they played. A4, bishop
Yeah,
e7.
queen e7 already played. Yeah,
Queen
queen e7 already played. So we will find
Yes.
out quite soon, I guess. Because obviously, Jan thought for like almost half an hour after castles, and if he played d4, a4 was probably the main move he was calculating this entire time.
Yes.
Huh. So it's a very important turning point, right? Because this is a kind of a slow move just to continue playing, and this is an attempt to get an advantage. Knight c5, but we don't know if it actually gets any advantage.
Well, it might be no advantage, but it's just a principal way to play. I mean, knight c5.
So e5 is.
I'm much more expecting knight c5 than knight c1.
Yeah. e5 is one option, rook d8 is another option. There is a move a3, and yeah, Jan played knight c5 already. There is a move a3, but it gives white some time to react, right? You just play something here. You would like to play queen b4. Yeah, maybe before anyway, yeah. Maybe before anyway.
Okay, I don't know.
And then queen b3, but
I'm not sure.
I wanted to play queen b3 immediately. Sorry, that's a misclick. I wanted to play queen b3 immediately, but unfortunately knight takes d4 exists.
Yes.
So that's annoying. It's also interesting where Magnus goes from here, because he has some options which are not very forcing, and he also has some options which do at least try to immediately, fight for sort of mathematical equality, so to speak.
Well, e5 seems the natural way to equalize. But maybe.
What if we start with h3 here? Does it change anything?
After e5,
I guess knight takes d4, maybe even e takes d4. Yeah, knight d4. Yeah, it doesn't really give us anything. And very importantly, there's a pawn on a4 here, so we don't have knight b3. So it means that we don't have a tempo move with this knight on d4 anywhere.
Unfortunately.
After rook d8, Naughty Rook is saying after rook d8, there is a threat of e4 as well. Hang on a second. How do we get to this position? So e5, rook e1, rook d8, but e4 is not a threat here. I'm wondering which position he is talking about. Does d5 ever exist? I don't think so. I think Black is quite happy about the prospect of just taking on c6 with a pawn, and there's maybe some slight compensation, but Black is very happy here. Just an extra pawn, and if we have to play f6, knight h6, we will play f6, knight h6, but then White probably runs out of serious threats. Yeah, very, very critical moment in the game.
Yes, but actually knowing the players, they are both good in such type of positions, and I believe the first line is coming.
Yeah, very, very possibly. Yeah, they have been playing. Yeah, actually, this is another question we've been discussing for 8 days now, and we haven't heard your opinion. What do you think? How would you assess the general standard of play until today?
Well, if Jan would not have blundered in the previous game, actually it would have been a very nice dramatic match. But after I was very upset after his last lose because it wasn't really deserved, and just knowing the Jan that even in blitz he will not blunder such a pawn. So
yeah. Last game was really kind of difficult to watch, even because it also, like, you had the impression that Magnus was sort of, he came to the board to like ask one question and make a draw. Sort of, not exactly, but sort of. And when you don't actually make a draw against this kind of an approach, it just hurts even more somehow. A3, interesting.
Yes.
So Magnus decides not to bother with any of the forced variations, just goes A3 here.
But now he will be punished for this.
Yeah, I can hear the sudden excitement in your voice. Yeah.
He had the only chance was to follow our advices.
Yeah.
And he didn't.
Now he is doomed because he didn't play the line that we were saying is the best line. So yeah,
Yes,
he is absolutely without a hope in the world.
Just a hopeless position.
Game over. Move on. Let's start drinking. And we've actually been drinking.
We're not in the Russian stream
we were drinking on this stream as well, and I know that you were engaged in some drinking activities in the Russian stream too. So we were when you weren't here yet, Miro and I, we were discussing if maybe we can get you to drink with us on Skype as we were doing.
Yeah, but I have never actually practiced to drink by Skype.
Yeah, you see that we're opening new avenues of new avenues of pleasure are opening up for you. I don't know if you have anything to drink. I think the biggest issue is maybe you just don't have anything close at hand.
Well, I probably have something in minibar, but okay.
Okay, maybe
doesn't really matter.
We'll save it for later then. Miro has been.
We'll save it to the victory.
Yeah, Miro has been suspiciously silent all this time. You still there?
Hello, Evgenij. How are you,
matey? I think he's just given up on us.
We don't hear it.
I think he's just.
I
think he's just given up on us and is just hanging out in Twitch chat and waiting for us to say something really, really stupid, and then he will come back and explain why it's just ridiculous what we've been saying.
Watching line with the company?
No, I don't think so. No, this is a baseless accusation. I don't believe Miro is watching this with a comp at all. That's not his way. So what do we play here with white? We played before. So how do we justify it? Like the big question is, what do we do here?
For example, rook b1 maybe.
This is clever.
Yes.
I have to go back, I guess.
Might be interesting. Yes, and now, okay, just a question: should I play h3? Probably I can. I go h3,
and then we take, yeah, or.
And then now it takes b7, and seems better for white. I don't know.
Miro is saying I'm talking, but you guys can't hear me. That's very alarming. Let me check. Is this even true? Have I done something to Skype? Skype is such a strange program. Fix your shit, Mr. Streamer, says Miro. I will actually attempt to fix my shit there for a second. We'll go on a very small, Tech Peter break and hopefully come back with all three of us. Give me just a very, very little time, guys. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, seems like we got it fixed, and we should have all three of us on stream. And in that 30-second break, we have learned many important things about this position, which we will not tell you because they are.
It will be our
Yeah,
secret.
it will be our secret. And Jan goes BA. Doesn't
BA.
he? So by the same logic, Magnus didn't play E5, so his position is now hopeless. And then Jan didn't play B4, so his position is also hopeless. So who is?
Well, no, not like this. Now Magnus has a good chance to make a draw. I will be fair with you guys. I don't like b takes a3. I feel like white is not really fighting for advantage after b takes a3.
So Mira, what do you think about all of these exciting developments?
I mean, I probably have to come on there by that point. Okay, yeah. Oh, guys, see, I'm not unconsciously drunk as some people say. I was around all the time, so I witnessed Peter in his mid-40s learning a lesson that you should not play for a draw when you need a draw, and so on and so forth. What I'm thinking about the position, I thought actually that b4 was an interesting try.
Yes.
And not only the line that you guys shown, like knight b4, rook b1, maybe that's clever, but also like if you play h3 after knight b4 and then go knight e5, that potentially is an interesting pawn sacrifice. Like the Catalan thing.
Just do it. Yeah, that's what I was expecting actually.
Yeah, kind of h3, knight goes, knight e5, and I'm hoping for queen b3,
Yeah, and
like
a lot of people are saying you're still muted, which really shouldn't be true, but Sergey's let himself.
Great.
Hang on a second. Let me change the title again.
Not
Okay,
true.
good. Thank
Not
you. Yeah,
true. People trolling. Yeah, that's fine. Not that I'm saying anything clever. Yeah, and ba3 just stay. Well, I had one more argument that you guys, you were advocating that Jan does the right thing and his choice of opening is right, which I cannot agree with. I mean, Twitch chat has the perfect recipe. Just win.
Yeah.
I mean, he played and he didn't win, so his opening was wrong. He should have won. It's as simple as that.
Just win lul is never bad advice. Yeah.
Yeah.
More seriously though, Sergey, what do you think? Like, why don't you like this move so much?
I don't like because now at any time Black will basically take on a3 and it will be enough for equality. So I after before I felt like it can be positionally very interesting.
Yeah, I like it. I liked it better as
after
well. Yeah, I was just wondering, how bad the mistake is this? Because you still get some kind of a maybe reasonably disbalanced position. How do we reply to this with Black? Do we just take on a3 or do we?
We might take or we might play rook d8.
Yeah,
first
e65 is back on the menu as well, right? We can go back to those lines, maybe with the inclusion of a3 b8.
Mm-hmm. But after e5, h3, knight d4, knight d4.
Now, yeah, exactly. There's no knight b3, so that line no longer works as well as it used to. Okay, not e5 then. So this is one move, and this is the other option. So if we go rook d8 here, does white just go knight b3, or is there anything smart you can try?
I don't see real alternatives to knight b3.
And you don't even have to take immediately, right? You can play like maybe knight f6 is a useful move or something, yeah? And maybe you take on a3 with the queen even in some positions.
Actually, I will not be surprised that both players were looking this line and remembering that there are pawn exchanges, but in fact it was about before a takes b3, knight takes b3.
Yeah.
It just
yeah, we looked at something like that earlier. Yeah, where white were playing before with the pawn still on a4, and this is how you get the structure that we are now likely to get in the game. ba. I do like rook d8. I think rook d8 is a very logical move. You can definitely take on a3, but I think starting with rook d8 is more logical. And yeah, that's what Magnus played. Knight b3 seems, I would say, almost forced.
Maybe some rook b1 and then knight takes b7. I don't really like it, but...
Interesting. So knight d4, knight b7. What is this?
Yeah.
Takes. I'm looking for a way to simplify and then take on a3, but I'm not sure which is the best option here.
Might be still some...
Yeah, there's still something left. What's the alternative? Can I actually... b6 looks like you don't even want to check, right? Maybe it works, but you don't even want to put so many pieces on trees, like knight h4 or something, and if it doesn't work out for you, you might lose. Knight d2 or knight h4 or something, yeah.
Well, you can just play some rook a7 if you don't want knight d4 and ask white what is next. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you end up playing knight b3 anyway in most cases.
But at the same time, if black has to play rook a7, then probably rook b1 is a good move.
Yeah, but on the other hand, a2 will be hanging, right? Once you take on a3, you now have to think about a2 hanging. Like if you play knight b3 here, and black just plays, I don't know, queen takes a3 or rook takes a3, you at least have to consider the fact that maybe they will take it later. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know.
Maybe there are some moves after rook a7. Which we don't see.
I was wondering, because maybe now you can play something like h3, and if knight d4, there's something like knight e6 now.
Oh, nice. But rook e1 and...
I just wanted to take on c5, yeah.
Knight c5.
To take on c5.
Just
and the difference, of course, is...
Yeah.
If you do this here, black, of course, has bishop takes e6. And the rook on d8 is protected, so this is why we wanted the rook on a7. But Jan played knight b3, which we thought was the most natural move in the position anyway.
Okay.
So if you want to take on a3 in this position with black, which capture do you prefer, queen or rook?
It's hard to say, actually. It's not obvious.
Yeah, I still haven't decided for myself.
Maybe if you don't know which piece to take, you should first play something.
Exactly, yeah. Like just make a different move altogether and postpone this decision for later.
Or knight h6 and knight f5 also to be considered.
But I think this sort of tempts white to play, I don't know, maybe the immediate d5 already on start. Pushing for something in the center. I don't know what it does, but maybe. You can ignore it, though. The issue with d5 is black isn't even obliged to reply to it. You can go, I don't know, rook a3 or knight f5 or something.
Yeah. But probably Magnus will not...
Yeah, knight h6 doesn't really look like a Magnus move, yeah?
Like it. Yeah.
Knight f6, though, is...
He will put a knight on f6.
Yeah, controlling the center is important here. And you can maybe even spend time on something like bishop d7, bishop e8, because the pawn on a3 is not really running away. If you don't take maybe a4, rook a4, knight g2, you can do that, but the rook can just go back. And we haven't really achieved very much, Linus. This is now hanging, and yeah, we've won one tempo, but we haven't really achieved achieved anything.
Actually, the more we look, the more I like knight f6. It's just white will not have d5, and I think it's very close to be.
Yeah, rook e1 maybe for now, to sort of hit.
Then maybe queen takes a3.
And find some kind of a useful square for the queen. I don't know, queen c2. I don't know what I want though. My biggest problem is I don't really know what I want with white. Maybe knight e5 in some positions, but...
Well, it's still playable, but objectively
Yeah,
not
shouldn't
much.
be very much.
Maybe bishop d7.
Yeah, this is where I wanted to go knight e5. That was my
Knight f5.
my one big point, very big point.
Yeah, so I actually allowed you to play knight c5.
I don't know, this is probably...
Maybe
the problem is, even some kind of a position like this is not that much, because it's going to be very difficult to start pushing the a-pawn with the queen on a3. And I play h6, I don't know, rook a4, rook da8. Black's position is just so solid that even if you get all this, I'm not sure if it gives you any kind of a significant advantage.
Seems like some catalog positions, which are normally 0-0-0.
just as all the other positions are. I mean, like, typical chess position. Typical chess position, which is very often 0-0-0.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, at least I have a feeling that Jan is playing faster than usual.
Yeah, he definitely is. He definitely is playing faster, and you can maybe make an argument. And as we were predicting, knight f6 has happened on the board. I liked him playing fast earlier, but I would have preferred him to very quickly play before here instead of very quickly playing ba. He spent like 5 minutes on the move ba here, which is... It's a bit regrettable because it seems like before was a much more principled decision.
Well, I know this feeling when you are in a bad form, you don't feel the moments where you have to think, and at the positions where you actually should play fast, you are thinking for the long time. It's a typical situation.
It is very typical when you're not on top of your game. Absolutely. By the way, another very important question I realized you might know the answer to. Whose idea was it to get him a haircut?
I think it was Snezhana, his girlfriend.
Okay. Very, very important to know who was the man or as the case may be, the woman behind the most important decision in this match.
In such important decision, always think about women.
Correct. Rook e1 played. These are very sensible, normal moves, but yeah, it feels like maybe you don't have all that much anyway. We expect queen takes a3, right? Rook takes a3 doesn't really look as good. Then I can maybe go for some queen c2 b2, d5 will continue being a threat, or at least an idea. I don't know if threat is justified, but...
Well, it's not logical to allow white to play d5. It's strange. Actually, after queen a3, we played queen c2. Maybe I'm not also forced to play bishop d7. I can play some
you can definitely make some kind of a useful waiting move. And I'm not sure what we want here.
Then,
I don't know what the plan is. This looks nice, but we're also kind of... We cannot really play rook a d1 because we need... I mean, we can, but we need a reply to queen takes a2. Maybe we can play queen c3 here. And then rook a1. Some kind of a gambit like this.
Yeah, I don't really want to play queen a7, but maybe
You
I
might
will
be forced to, which means that maybe you don't have to take on a2 at all. Yeah? You can once again play something like bishop d7 or something.
Also, knight b4, queen
Knight
d2.
before I wanted to put it on d2 and ask you.
But no, wait. Queen a2, queen c3, rook a3. It's
Some kind of
some.
Yeah, I wanted to go knight
Knight
f2 because if rook a1, you have rook takes b3, which is very strong. Because
Yes.
queen b3, rook a3 is good for white. But I wanted to play knight fd2, and then I guess you go knight d4.
And knight takes d4 and rook a1.
Queen a1,
queen
yeah,
takes
yeah.
a1.
This is very cute. This is very
Nice.
cute.
Yeah.
So maybe it doesn't work.
Okay, the line
Maybe it
didn't-
doesn't work, yeah.
Yeah.
Not that easy to figure out how we should proceed with white. We assume queen takes a3 is what Magnus will play, just to... I mean, it's useful to finally take the pawn and also just sidestepping the x-ray on the e-file.
Mm-hmm.
And we appear to have lost... I mean, not lost, but I mean, he's... Every time Miro stays silent for this long, I feel like when he finally comes back on air, he will say something devastating and we will have to, you know, reassess our entire life.
No, nothing. Don't have anything to say, anything specific. It's just that you were discussing some equalish Catalan positions, and yeah, there was a hot take in the Twitch chat. Maybe chess is
Yeah.
draw, as we discussed.
Yeah, I
during the last game.
can see our stories about Wang Yue have impressed
Yeah.
many people greatly. Yeah, you played in that tournament, right, Sergey? Baku Grand Prix 2000 something, yeah. Yeah,
I
yeah,
played,
and, so
I
you
played,
maybe
yes.
you were even in that press conference, the famous Wang Yue press conference.
Don't really remember, but
Yeah.
could be.
So seriously, what do we do with black? Like queen a3, and we are
Queen A3?
happy
I
with?
don't know.
Yes, but it's very logical to play. No?
Queen c2 and then something. Yeah.
Yeah,
And h6.
h6 looks very logical. Yeah, eventually maybe the bishop does get to e8 just to connect the rooks, and we're waiting for white to declare what the plan is. I was looking at something like h6, maybe knight e5 here anyway, with the idea of claiming that if you take on d4, first of all, can I actually? No, I can, because my rooks are hanging. I was going to ask if I maybe can play rook d1 or something, but okay. The idea was to actually take a play rook
Yes.
d1 here, and claim that the bishop on c8 is so poor that I can afford to start sacrificing pawns. But I guess the problem is c5, right? Yeah, the problem is c5. Because if you take on d1 and play queen e7, maybe I can convince myself I have something. Even though I don't think I even believe in this. There's just not enough pieces, yeah?
Yeah, but
Yeah, but c5 is
will-
even simpler, yeah?
will- nice.
c5 is even simpler.
That is what I don't like. That it's always after b takes a3, black's rook on a8 will always have.
Yeah, this is the
attack.
biggest difference, is that without moving the rook, black actually always has something to do with it.
Yes.
And if you play before here, in all of these positions, the rook is still kind of pointless on a8, and black will have to work a lot harder to just include it in the game. All right, so we are up to here, and Magnus is thinking. So apart from queen takes a3, what else can he do? I'm guessing rook takes, but rook takes looks strange here. I'd much rather take with the queen.
Yeah. Well, he can play h6 and if d5, then queen takes. But it's just, I don't know, strange.
Yeah, it seems like why would you give white additional options if you don't have to? And,
Yes. Because anyway, next move you probably
yeah,
take.
he does take on a3.
What was this line, Peter? The funny line where Rook A3
Yeah, I
happened
played
and so on.
Queen C2, H6, Rook
right?
A1, yeah. Queen
Yeah.
A2,
And Queen A2, Queen
Rook
C3,
A3.
Rook A3, because there is a guess in the Twitch chat that Rook B1 might be with the idea of Rook B2, but I'm guessing some Knight E4 should work anyway.
Knight E4 is very clever, using the fact that...
Yeah, nice move.
It's kind of F2 is hanging Queen E3. It's still kind of not the end of the line, but funny enough, after Queen E3, you're not threatening an awful lot.
And
in fact, you're threatening nothing.
yeah, there's no threat.
Well, maybe White is threatening Rook A1, but you mean Queen B2 or... and...
Yeah, maybe we can just go like Knight D6 here and claim there are no threats and we want the Knight on F5. Such a weird position.
Well, it's weird, but it might be just nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're being told by Neil in chat that the second line, Queen takes A3 is the best move in this position, and the second best move in this position is apparently Rook A7. Which is, I know why Neil told us about this, because yeah, this is clearly one of those cases where, yeah, as they used to say, you will play this in your own games. Yeah. Yeah. To anyone who suggests something like this in analysis, for instance, like in the old time post-mortems, somebody comes up to the board and says, why not Rook A7? And you tell that person, you can definitely play Rook A7 in your own games.
You can be disqualified.
Yeah, that as well. Yeah, it could lead to some unpleasant consequences if you make a move like this these days. Queen E2. Logical, yeah, logical. It wasn't really doing very much on C2, so why allow all of those knight b4 tactics?
Probably doesn't change much. Very similar.
Yeah, we can play H6, we can play Bishop D7.
Bishop D7 allows the... no, that doesn't allow thing. Yeah, I thought some D5. No.
And then Knight G5 or...
Some, yeah.
Probably not enough, right? We don't...
It's like with Queen on C2, that definitely was an idea. Like to go Knight G5,
Bishop
Knight
D5,
F6, Bishop D5.
Exactly.
And at least pretend that
let
you
me
have
show
some
this.
threats.
Here, I guess Black goes Knight B4, but if they take, yeah, maybe you can generate some initiative with this, but not with the Queen on E2. Not with the Queen on E2. Okay. H6, Bishop D7.
So what?
I mean, we were...
White is preparing Knight
Yeah, we
D5
want to play
at
Knight
some point.
E5.
Rook
Yeah.
E1.
You want to play...
Rook E1 and then...
But Rook E1 is a pawn sacrifice, right? Pretty much in...
No.
Rook E1, yeah, and then Knight E5. Yeah. Makes sense. But this sort of brings back the point I was making, that even if you get Knight E5 and the bishop is already on E8 by that point, we haven't really achieved a great deal, which is why I sort of like Bishop D7 straight away, just to kind of provoke Knight E5, play Bishop E8, and say, yes, you can get this, but this is not really the achievement you hope it is.
Yeah, that seems just equal.
Yeah, very close.
Yeah, actually, Bishop D7, yeah, makes sense, just to force it.
Yeah, he played H6 though, which was always going to be a serious candidate. Is there any... I'm looking at ways to sacrifice some material somewhere. I don't know how or where, but I would very much like to
sacrifice?
I don't know, I want to make something like Knight E5 or D5 work, to at least open the position up to have something to calculate. But I'm pretty sure none of that works, which is a bit of a problem.
Actually, he played H4 already very, very fast.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we can... I'm just trying to imagine exactly which position this can happen in. But with the pawn on h6, if I could play g4 without actually just losing that pawn and get this pawn to g5, that would be a very interesting plan for white. It's just that it's just...
Actually, that's why probably bishop d7 immediately was kind of...
At least an argument for not playing h6 at all, so that this plan doesn't even exist, yeah. But on the other hand, like, how do you... g4 requires so much preparation that I don't think we can make it work very easily.
Well, after bishop d7, knight d5, bishop...
maybe even, yeah, like...
e8, bishop c6, then bishop c6, g4.
Excitement.
At least one, three.
Yeah, at least we created some ideas. But looks like, you know, if we have to give up the bishop on g2 for this, it's probably not that great.
Yeah, doesn't look great.
Maybe just go g4 here. And, you know, start actually sacrificing stuff. Knight d4 and knight d4, rook d4, g5. And then some sort of g6. I don't know, takes, knight d7, and... I wanted to play g6 here, but my problem is with the bishop on e8, it just doesn't create a threat, right? I can just... If I want to draw, I can probably play something like this and just start trading.
Or if you want to win, you can play rook g6.
or that, yeah. Yeah. The bishop on e8 is just such a useful piece against this specific plan.
Yes.
So what's the point there? Let's say after bishop d7. Bishop d7 is not forced, but it's the most logical move, I think. So what's the plan?
Well, knight e5, bishop e8, maybe rook d e1, just, and next is g4.
Yeah, this keeps some tension, yeah, because you can't really take yet because you don't want to give up on d7. And now black goes something like, I don't know, queen somewhere.
Queen a7?
Yeah, I was looking at queen a7. It's just such a weird move. I kind of dislike even suggesting it, but maybe you can play like this, yeah?
You can do it.
Yeah.
White will probably be forced to take on c6.
Probably, yeah. You can still go in with some kind of sacrifices, but they don't work any better here than they worked in the previous position.
But with the queen on a7, there might be more sense to play g4 than g5.
I mean, sorry, yeah, let's take those pawns off just for clarity.
Yeah.
But now I can take on d7 and black has to take with the rook, but I don't know if that's so great. The point being that if you take with the bishop, this appears to actually win some material. But yeah, rook d7 seems fine anyway. g6 now.
Yeah, rook d1.
Yeah, queen c5 even. I mean, or maybe takes queen c5. Yeah, something like this. The bishop on e8 is a very strong piece. Yeah, we'll have to wait for Magnus to play something, I guess, because we seem to have sort of exhausted this line of thinking.
We showed all
absolutely every single idea has been covered by us. So yeah, nothing else to say. Time to actually
nothing left.
Nothing left to do. Time to go check what's in that minibar.
Yeah? Peter, let me step in. So what was the line once again? Bishop d7, knight to e5, yeah? Bishop e8, and then you said something...
Well, I was trying to...
rook to d1, rook e to d1, yeah? And then I thought if we trade not only on e5 but on d1 as well, maybe we can go knight d7 because a2 will be hanging in the end.
Just to simplify, yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's like if you take queen a2 and
there's
I don't
bishop c6,
see
right? But maybe you have something clever here, or maybe knight f6 simply work, yeah.
Like knight f6, even though it's not the end of the line because the knight on e8 is not perfect.
But there's so many pieces traded off that you probably are okay with this position. Like, it looks a bit scary, but white only has 2 pieces left, so you feel like you probably equalize here. Rook c2, rook c3, I don't know. King.
Equalized.
Because knight c5, knight d7 doesn't really do anything, and I don't see how you create a threat here for white, which is a bit of a problem.
No, yeah. Agreed.
Yeah. What else is Magnus likely to play in this position apart from bishop d7?
Rook a7.
Yeah, rook a7, but rook a7 sort of...
It was in the previous... well, actually, I do not agree with you all that much that rook a7 is such a nonsensical move.
Yeah,
I mean, if you, for some reason, if you don't like to take on a3, so that's clear the preparation of b6, right? You cannot play b6 outright, so rook a7, b6, bishop b7. I mean, I wouldn't mind b6, bishop b7, honestly, with this setup.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. That it's a bit slow, and it makes me once again slightly curious about the sacrifices of knight e5, but if white continues playing slowly, getting the bishop to b7 would be very, very, very good. In the end of that long line, Jake says knight f6, rook d8 wins at peace. Oh yeah, it does, of course, yeah. Let me get back to it.
Knight f6, yeah, my knight f6 was terrible. Yeah.
Oh no, that's not the line. We were taking on d1.
Yeah, takes on d1, knight d7. All in all, this doesn't work as we all expected it not to.
Yeah, because knight f6, rook d8 actually picks up a full piece. Yeah, well spotted, Jake.
But bishop c6, knight c5. But that is probably...
But then bishop e8 and rook d7, and once again, we haven't made a draw yet. Maybe we will never make a draw here. Yeah, because too many things are suddenly hanging. See, white is completely winning in the current position. This entire line is entirely forced.
According to our analyze, white is completely
winning. Yeah, all of this will happen on the board. There is no way for Magnus to avoid this specific position. 15 moves in the future.
Twitch chat keeps suggesting weird stuff. Like Miro should go for samurai haircut.
But you already you're some way there.
It's you know, it's like some things cannot be undone. I mean, once done, they cannot be undone. And then, so I'm afraid it's a bit too late. I have the clue if someone can provide the hair. Yeah, Nepo's hair. I mean, Sergey is in Dubai, so actually we are getting.
Yeah. Sergey clearly will smuggle the magic hair back into Moscow, and then we can glue it on top of Miro's head to create the superhuman, the fighting machine that we all want to see.
Lawrence Strand confesses he doesn't understand chess after seeing h4.
But that's the thing, though. I mean,
I would drop.
Yeah, exactly. Like
kind of last part of a sentence.
Like there's.
Honestly, I mean, with all my harshness, I understand. Yeah, I'm a bit harsh sometimes, but I mean that would be enough for him to confess he doesn't understand.
There's definitely some words tacked on to the end of that sentence which are superfluous. The requirements. We're not even on the same stream with him, and we still managed to do the traditional thing, right? Of Lawrence
What?
bashing. Lawrence bashing has been a sport.
Yeah, I know it's kind of the
Yeah,
feature.
it's been a sport of ours for many years, and but normally you have to have them. You have to have him in the same studio to do it properly. But we are managing even without him here.
Okay, guys, I have
Go
a
on.
question. What
Yeah.
if I play knight a5?
Yeah, people were suggesting this move just to simplify, just to get some pieces off the board.
Yes, and if you take, I'll take with the rook, and then
B6, bishop b7 starts maybe
Then
becoming.
probably, yeah. If
If I go
manage-
knight d2, I guess you can just go back, and ask if you have anything smarter
Yes.
than knight b3.
just to come back, yes.
Okay, so
Honestly, I was expecting a different type of question. Like,
Oh, there's-
guys, shall we,
yeah, or honestly, for a second there, my heart kind of, be still my beating heart kind of moment, because I thought Sergey was going to join in the Lawrence fan, fun, but yeah, Sergey is too nice of a human being to do that, I guess. While
yeah, look, this knight a5, it's actually
it's a very solid move.
Actually-
Yeah. I'm kind of, once again, I just want to start giving away material. It's not my material, so I'm kind of very
go on.
very excited about the idea of giving it up. I don't know, something like this, and then.
Rook a1.
But the issue is, after rook a2, I have to go to some really stupid squares. Like, I don't want to be pretending I have an attack on the king side if I have to play queen f1. Like it's nobody will believe me. But apart from rook a2, I was kind of happy with this idea. If you could give me like a couple of moves here to play g4, g5, I would be claiming I'm doing very, very well. So yeah, knight a5 definitely a serious option here. Maybe we just play rook b1.
Sorry,
He played bishop d7.
Bishop
Yeah,
d7,
he played
didn't
bishop d7. It's not unexpected. It's by far the most obvious move in the position.
Mhm.
So we said knight e5, rook ed1.
Yeah, that was our current quote-unquote main line.
Actually, we said that it's the line where white is completely
Yeah,
winning.
exactly, yeah. And it's
gonna
going to
happen.
happen. And bishop d7 has already been played, so we are only like 6 moves away from being proven to be, the forecasters of the future.
Geniuses. Yeah.
But black has so many moves after rook
Mhm.
ed1.
This is the biggest issue. Yeah,
Many
we have
moves.
no real threat. I understand we won g4, but it's not really such a.
Black can even play h5 if he wants.
But I really like, people were suggesting h5 even in this position, and like, you definitely don't play h5 here, allowing the knight potentially to
here
come to
not,
g5.
no.
But even in this position, I would be reluctant to play h5 because I don't know, bishop f3,
Because
Yeah.
issues. Bishop f3, king
bishop
g2.
f3. I don't know,
Is any-
g6, queen e3.
As any man of culture would
Exactly,
play.
yeah. If I actually have to reply to bishop f3 with g6, I'm pretty sure h5 is not a great move, because you don't want to be weakening your king side like that. Even if it's still playable for black, and it probably is still playable for black, but I would much rather not do that.
Okay.
And looks like our clocks got slightly stuck again, so...
Magnus has 36 minutes, chat says.
But it's nice. It's really nice. Because
So we are
the
pressing
position-
on a
the
clock.
position is complicated.
Mhm.
Yeah. The position is. It might become some
Mhm.
complications.
And Midnight Fox asking, why don't we take on c6 twice here and just give black doubled pawns? The issue with this is that you have this setup where you have an outside passed pawn on the a file, but it's more of a weakness right now, and it's going to be very, very difficult for you to start making any kind of progress, because the queen on a3 is sort of eternal, and black can maybe even triple along the a file, and with so many pieces traded, it's going to be very difficult for you to generate any kind of activity on the other side of the board. It's not unplayable, but I think black is quite comfortable here. Let me... I do want to fix the clocks so let me just do like a 10-second break, and hopefully we'll be back with the normal clocks. There we go. All better. If we don't play knight e5, what do we play? What do we play? You can play rook d1, I guess rook e d1, but after bishop e8, once again, if you're not playing knight e5 here, what are you playing?
No, what should play?
Yeah, it feels like without knight e5, you really aren't making anything happen. You would, as we were mentioning, like g4, g5 is a very valid idea here, but I mean, you're not playing bishop h3, and you're not really playing knight h2. And how else are you supposed to push for it? And for black, I guess bishop e8 is move 1, and then I guess with bishop on e8, maybe you go back to the ideas of playing knight a5 or something like that. People are asking, in this position, after everything gets traded off, what about the plan of knight c1 followed by rook b1, b3? But then the pawn on d4 will start hanging. It's just very difficult to organize. All of those suggestions are sort of, you assume black will do absolutely nothing for like 3 moves. And that's probably not what's going to happen. So you can't even play knight c1 yet because the pawn is hanging. So you have to... You're just not going to be allowed to make all of those moves, I guess.
Yes, there is no time for this.
Maybe like the way to get it would be to something like rook d1. Let's say rook a7. We go rook d3 maybe, and then somehow knight c1, rook b1. And if all of that happens, like if I just play king h7 here, queen e7, and white gets rook b1, maybe you can make an argument you're a little bit better. But even this position, let's say you look at this position, it's still going to be so difficult to make any kind of meaningful progress because there's so much... Yeah, I can't draw arrows, we all know that. It's just so difficult to get the a-pawn moving. I just don't believe in this. And also I think Jan will be very unhappy about the idea of trading pieces. I think he wants as many pieces on the board as possible. He wants as sharp a game as possible. I don't know if he can get a sharp game here, but he would like one. Looks like you're drinking water. This is not allowed.
Please.
So, look, is there any way of making g3, g4 happen?
If you can find one, I'd be very happy, because that's really the only plan we have, I think. Maybe we actually do play knight h2. I kind of stated we're never doing this, but maybe we are doing this, like something like this. But my feeling is we never get time to do it anyway. Like knight a5 happens, and suddenly you have to answer immediate questions.
With black, how do you get the pawn back?
Yeah.
The question is c6.
Maybe, I don't know. It's weird. But the bishop on b7 is a bit stuck.
Is a bit non-bishopy.
Yeah. People are saying you can play h5 in this position. You can definitely play h5 in this position. I'm trying not to play h5 anywhere. But it's not such a bad move for sure. Maybe bishop h3? Yeah. Just looks so artificial. But maybe. Knight a5 again. And now it's coming to c6 maybe.
Knight c5. Let's go.
And then
No,
some
knight
kind of
e5,
knight e5, knight f7 or something. Bishop
Yes.
c6, knight e5, rook d4, knight e6, and let's go. And this is
Pretend you have
and this
some.
is as far as we go, I think.
Not a single thread for white.
Huh?
Not a single
Yeah,
thread.
we haven't actually created a single thread at all. Yeah, like, we made some moves and black is just laughing. Yeah, it's just disgusting. The position is so solid. Tell me.
Nepomniachtchi is making a great damage to the Russian chess school.
Who says that?
I like that. Somebody wrote this. It's really funny.
Yeah, there was at least one person in chat who kept on making statements about, Nepomniachtchi having no fighting spirit and this being a shame. And unfortunately, I don't know how to ban people on YouTube. I can definitely ban people on Twitch, but that was in the YouTube chat, so I didn't know what to do. Because, none of those statements are true, and they're also kind of annoying. So, I normally don't ban people, but there were so many, and they were all so stupid that I was tempted. but I don't actually have ban powers on YouTube. Touch move controversy, apparently. Let me check that out. Hang on a second. Controversy. I like the word control. What happened? Well, I mean, nobody touches move like this. For those of you who have seen the tweet, yeah, it's clickbait at its finest. He clearly said Jadub somewhere. First of all, I think it's the previous position, so the knight on f6 can't even go anywhere. So there's no way for him, there's no reason for him to touch the knight on f6 here with the intention of moving it. And
He played queen e3.
yeah, he played
I'm
queen
sorry.
e3, yeah. Hang on a second. Bishop d7, knight e5, bishop e8, queen e3.
But now he is not creating a thread.
Maybe queen
G4,
f4 and then
so
g4. Yeah.
Black might start to annoy with some moves like queen
Queen
b4,
b4, rook
something.
a4 maybe, yeah. Rook a4 actually, we can still play queen f4.
Mhm.
Knight e5. There's knight d5 here though, which might be clever or it might lose a piece to I don't know.
Cool.
It's kind of a really strange position.
No, it's clear that Magnus will try to avoid any tactical.
Yeah, I think he's trying to
let's say,
play kind of solid positional moves without,
Yes.
trying not to calculate. If he's not forced to calculate, he's definitely trying not to calculate today.
He reminds me Vishy at some points in this match.
That's it.
Playing with his hand, brilliant.
Yeah, in that respect, yes, because I don't think Vishy ever had any problems calculating, but he also is just clearly a very, very strong natural player, and trusting his instincts is something he can definitely do extremely well. So what do we like here from Black?
What do we like?
Yeah. How do we proceed?
Nothing. We don't like black in this position. In this game, I mean.
In this game, yeah, we are.
Yes.
we want the match to come back to life with the victory for Jan, obviously, because it feels like if he doesn't win today, it becomes really, really difficult. Right? Today is every single white game is incredibly important now.
Yeah. Yes.
Knight b4 people are suggesting.
Somehow, I have a feeling that Queen b4 and some Rook a3 might be unpleasant for white.
Queen f4 and just... I mean, I am kind of threatening to take on c7, so you have to react maybe.
Queen f4, Rook takes a2.
Ah!
Yes.
Yeah. You finally... you
Finally, this Rook.
Yeah, allocating the blunder and executing the punishment flawlessly. Yeah. So Queen f4 is not a move then. You don't have a threat yet, right? But it's difficult for me to make a move. Maybe I go like Rook b1 or something.
Actually, at some point I can already consider knight takes c5, d, knight d7, and this. Okay, I'm not sure.
Maybe even here, but here maybe I get some knight d4, bishop b7 things, yeah. So I actually kind of like Rook b1. Because.
But what if Rook takes a2?
I wanted to go knight c5, knight b7. I don't know.
Rook b2.
Ah. Hang on, knight d3 though, right? This actually worked out for me.
Ah.
This actually worked out for me, surprisingly, because e1 is protected.
Okay.
So knight c5, you can play something like queen g2, but then maybe I get somewhere. Like I take on b7, maybe I actually win some material.
I actually like Rook a3.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe you go Rook a3 just to pin the knight on b3. But maybe now I go Queen f4.
Yes. Unfortunately, there is no Rook on a1. Rook a2.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm trying to become cleverer.
But actually, Rook a2, knight c5, Rook b2.
And now it will work because it's hanging again. Damn it.
Yes.
Damn it. So annoying. Having to calculate.
Okay, you could take on c6 and to c7, but
it's not very much. Yeah, it's not very much.
Yeah.
I can do something like this,
but even queen
just
d6
queen d6.
equalizing. Yes.
Okay, getting a little bit carried away, but we have analyzed something about queen b4 at least. What are the other options? And Magnus is, he is down to half an hour for 20 moves. So at least on that count, Jan is doing quite well.
Yeah. Some queen b2.
But you have to go back then. Like it doesn't.
Yeah. Okay, I will.
No shame, yeah. just wasting 2 tempi for no reason. Absolutely no shame whatsoever. I like this approach. Yeah, why be ashamed about anything?
But I would say that all the black pieces are on ideal squares.
Sort of, yeah. I don't disagree. Yeah, it's a good point. Rook a4 we sort of discussed, and I'm planning to play queen f4 here. I don't know if it's a good move or not, but I'm trying to make queen f4 work.
Actually, Peter, I started to think that queen f4 is not a real threat because black can always play knight h5 and then to come back.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's no good squares at all. Yeah, I can go to any of these squares. You're quite happy going knight f6 back. Yeah, this is a very good point. Yeah, but then I don't really want anything at all. Maybe I want to play knight c5 here. Specifically against rook a4, maybe I want to play knight c5.
Yes.
And take with a pawn, and then take on b7. And
it's not so.
And claim that I've won some material. Yeah, you can still adjust without the other person being at the board, Foxubu. That clip that you watched, I assume has no sound. So basically you say, even quite quietly, you say jadub or adjust or whatever it is that you say in those cases, and you don't have to wait for your opponent to be present at the board if you want to adjust pieces. Yeah, there have been some famous takebacks in the history of chess, but this is not one of them. I can assure you there is no controversy there.
I think that I played against Wesley So, and I was walking around, and at some point he said adjust, and like I was a few meters away, and I surprised because he was very loud.
Yeah, I mean, if
I didn't expect him to say.
yeah,
anything
if you want to
at
be
that point.
kind of really, really correct, you can say it loudly enough that everybody hears. But in general, as long as somebody hears it, and I assume arbiters were around or somebody, it's not a big issue. Magnus should shout adjusting. Yeah, that would be a way to inject some excitement into this extremely boring game of chess, which nobody wants to watch anyway. Like, why are we discussing this for 5 minutes? He did not touch piece. He just adjusted something. Like, it's just so ridiculous. Like, we continue discussing this huge development that somehow people are still in.
What if he touches the piece? What will happen?
Yeah, queen b4 played. This is actually one of the more interesting moves we've discussed, because I think after rook b1 it gets a little bit sharp. Although, I mean, you can go back, I guess. I mean, maybe nothing much changed. But if you don't go back, the lines after rook b1 actually become kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Rook b1 has...
Well, actually,
Go on.
Rook
No,
b1 has
it
played.
hasn't been, but I think it's the best
No.
move. I think it's the way to continue creating some problems maybe for Magnus.
Can we consider some strong measures like after rook b1, knight takes e5, d5?
Yeah, I was
knight
thinking
h4,
about
h5?
that, but like I just don't like the whole idea of having to play h5. But maybe queen f4.
Yeah, but in this position it's very
Mhm.
concrete.
Queen
h5.
f4, h5. And then basically this is maybe not great, but we also have a lot of threats on the other side, right? I guess maybe I play
Yes.
queen g5 here to stop you from taking on a2
Mhm.
because d8 is hanging, and maybe I want to pick up this guy.
Wanted to consider queen c5, but then found reputation.
There is a bit of a problem with that move, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, well, still, black needs to be precise here.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it might be fine, but it looks like, at least we're getting somewhere with white. At least, there might be a threat in the future, because so far we haven't really created very many threats in this game. I'm actually
I think
Go on.
actually, I think he will play queen e3. He will come back.
Yeah, it's very possible that he just goes back. Although I'm not a huge fan of this decision, honestly. I think it's like, why are we forcing white to make a move that looks quite natural and quite nice?
Rook e2 and then queen b4.
Just to really put Jan on absolute tilt. Yeah, just spend 4 moves.
Master,
4 moves shuffling.
master of one move.
Yeah. I don't know. This is honestly.
I'm sorry, I have to move. I have to switch my location.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mira.
May I step
Absolutely.
up?
At any point.
No, I'm not allowed. Am I? Yeah. Rook a3 after rook b1 has
Yeah,
been
we
discussed,
discussed
right?
this. It's playable. Sorry. That's a mistake. Yeah, rook a3. I was playing queen f4 here, and we were trying to calculate
And if rook
Yeah,
a2?
now it works because after knight c5 I have rook b2. Because very importantly, knight d3 you now have rook takes b1 and the queen is not on e3 to protect the rook on e1.
Yes.
But maybe there is something in this position.
Yeah.
I don't know what.
I
don't know what. Maybe there isn't. Yeah. We discussed this and came to the conclusion that black should be quite comfortable holding something like this. It's just basically nothing. It's just there's not very much to even.
Well, actually, it's very much possible that if it will be some first games or something, they would just repeat the moves. But today it's clear.
Yeah, there's going to be no threshold here. Yeah,
Jan has to try. Yeah.
And somebody finally actually dug up the FIDE handbook on the topic of touch move. And it says, only the player having the move may adjust one or more pieces on their squares, provided that he first expresses his intention. Which means that the opponent does not need to be at the board, you don't need to have any confirmation or anything. Yeah. And also, I'm sure both of us know a number of people who probably don't follow the first half of that rule, right? About only doing it when it's your move. There's definitely a number of people I can think of who are extremely capable of adjusting pieces when it's your turn to think.
Actually, I remember the story that when I played some blitz game against Boris Gelfand, so we played e4, e6 he played, and so I was my hand was going to the d2 pawn, but somehow I touched the king and it fall down, so I put it back. And actually at this point, Boris could force me to play king d2, which would be unpleasant. But he's a nice person.
Yeah, Boris wouldn't do it, but there are actually some stories about this. Yeah, there's a famous. I think there's a game. Mark Taimanov, the late, much lamented Mark Taimanov, played in a World Seniors, I think, which went d4, e6, c4, bishop b4, check, bishop d2, and here his opponent, who was a very, very elderly gentleman, tried playing queen e7, and his hand was shaking because he wasn't very young anymore, and he actually touched the king, and he looked at Mark and kind of timidly said, "Jadub?" And Taimanov said, "What Jadub? You're in check, sir. Your move now." And the game did not consider for much longer. Did not continue for much longer. Yeah, I mean, at least this is the story that was told to me.
Well, it's one of type of stories, and the other one is especially in a blitz tournaments when somebody mixed up king and queen, and they start to play, and later on, after three moves has been played, actually you
cannot change it. There's a very long story involving Potkin about this, but
yes.
But we're actually trying to comment on a World Championship game, so maybe we shouldn't really because it's a very long story. It's a very funny story, but it's a very long story involving Potkin and some other Russian players. He's gone rook eb1.
The worst part of it, guys, that I think if the king's on d1, queen's on e1, you're actually not allowed to castle. This is painful. Yeah. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind kind of a fresh position where you can castle short to like king b1, rook on c1. I mean, it's an absolutely fresh position.
And basically, like the very ending of the story, the story goes across like two separate tournaments. But the ending of the story, not 2 generations, but like two tournaments in the same calendar year. But basically, it ended in the game between Pavel Ilyanov and Vladimir Potkin, which went like this: c4, e5, knight c3, knight f6, knight f3, knight c6, e4, bishop c5, knight e5, knight e5, d4, bishop takes d4. And in this position, Pavel Ilyanov tried playing queen takes d4 and realized there's a king on d1, which doesn't reach this far. So it's difficult to take. And he kind of looked at Potkin, and Potkin kind of shrugged. And Pavel played king c2, and play continued. But not for very...
Which queen? Which queen? Like timeout,
Yeah, like,
you could say.
no queen
What
on
do you mean,
d1,
queen?
sir. Yeah. But this story had there was a whole bunch of things which led to this game, which is
Peter, since we discussed this story, you've already ruined.
I can get back. Yeah.
I just thought, yeah. So with the king on d1,
Yeah.
probably I would allow guy to take king d4 because after knight f to g4 he is getting checkmated.
That's a good point. Yeah, it's not really coming back from d4 yet.
I mean, some c5,
Yeah.
you know, and
It's
stuff.
probably not coming back. Anyway, to the more serious matters here. Rook b1.
Okay. Yeah. So the other rook went to b1.
I don't know what I think about this. I understand a2 is not hanging, but I don't like decentralizing my pieces too much.
Yeah, me too. Looks equal.
And I guess we can actually go back now to a3 without, like, no joke. Just go back and ask. Now that you've
but then maybe rook d1 he wants to play.
some small improvement, yeah.
But I thought maybe rook a3, or what do you think?
I don't know. I mean, I'm always playing my usual, but actually, your knight h5 is just so annoying, right? Like, we're just ignoring the fact that this exists. Oh no, hang on a second. Does it exist in this position? Maybe this is actually the position where I can ignore it because knight c6 is suddenly possible. So I'm playing my queen.
But okay,
playing my queen f4 here.
After queen f4, I might take maybe on e5.
Yeah. I thought maybe I can
E5.
take with the queen specifically here, attack this guy, and maybe I have some threats. But I don't know. Magnus just took on e5.
Oh, actually, he played very principal. I just thought that he will not like to change the type of position.
I'm a bit surprised, because I was agreeing with you very much that it looks like he doesn't really want to calculate, and he will definitely be forced to calculate now. So where does the knight go?
Well, it's a big question actually. Knight d7 or
No, but knight d7.
knight
How do you
g4.
deal with this?
Knight d4, queen c5,
Should be 7.
rook a3.
Rook a3. Rook a3 is very strong.
I don't know. It might be something.
Peter, who is better here and why? Please explain. Nobody knows. I definitely don't.
Actually, knight g4 has been played.
No, I think it has suddenly become a very concrete position, and answering the question who is better without calculating variations is kind of impossible.
But at the same time, we should agree that with the rook on e1 and another rook
We
on
would
b1,
be happier, I think.
it would have been better.
We would have been happier.
Yeah.
Where do we go with the queen here? I mean, it's probably either a 4 or e2. I don't see. I looked at queen c5, but I don't think Jan wants to start trading pieces.
Well, actually, we should also consider some queen e1, maybe.
And this is what he played, actually. And the point is, after
Nice
captures and white captures, there's this threat, but more importantly, there's the threat of f3, because this guy has no squares.
Yeah, so he will give up a pawn, but maybe it will be a nice compensation.
Are we...
Black, but maybe not.
Is there anything else Magnus can do here? I don't see it. Queen c4, f3, I don't see any particular compensation for the piece. I mean, you can play bishop c6, but nobody does that. The position maybe is not completely lost, some kind of position like this, because of how open the white king is, and there's, a lot of counterplay. But nobody ever does this. It's just impossible to make this move. And queen b6, we will obviously unpin ourselves and play f3 next move.
No, trade the queens, guys. Trade the queens. Those are dangerous pieces.
And what, h5 or?
Attack the...
Or maybe f6, but f6 everything will start hanging. I don't know. Is this suddenly very...
Bishop a4, knight c5, yeah?
Bishop a4 is clever. But maybe knight c5 solves it, yeah?
Knight c5, no.
And the
it's
point
not-
of Miro's
it's not
move
that
is,
bad.
of course, that if you naively play f3, the knight actually escapes via the e5 square.
If you naively play f3, I actually
Yeah,
take the
even
pawn immediately.
that's maybe even smarter, yeah. And this. But I think knight c5 is quite good.
Can I do rook d3 as suggested in the chat? YouTube chat, that is rook d3. So that f3, I have a backup plan. I mean, I still have my tactic, but I also have a backup plan of knight e3. If, say, you go knight c5, rook c3 first, then f3, I can
So knight
play
c5, you go here or all the way to a3?
c3, maybe a3, I don't know.
I kind of like a3 better,
See-
maybe.
Really? Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, both seem fine. I mean, I keep the rook on the third rank, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think maybe this is what you should be doing, because h5 looks like you...
Wait, even this is not sure. I said it and then I immediately discovered rook d2, which is a move.
f3...
It's kind of a
Knight f2
meh,
or...
but yeah, knight f2, okay.
This is brave. But maybe this works, surprisingly, yeah, because it might come out via the d3 square.
Yeah, like f3 is such an ugly move with the bishop on g2.
Yeah. Winterbrew is saying, I don't think Magnus wants to complicate the game with 20 minutes on the clock, but he kind of did. This is sort of the point. He definitely, after rook eb1, he definitely had more solid options than knight takes e5. So it's sort of his choice to suddenly start playing a very concrete position after these moves have been played, yeah. And now he has to play
But maybe he just wants to play precise moves
and make a draw, make a draw, yeah.
immediately.
And I think it's probably rook d3. I guess we take on b7 first. I think there's
This is nice move. Yeah, rook
Okay,
a7.
rook a7.
bishop e4, rook c3, yeah.
Rook c3.
And it's not that easy.
And I'm hoping to win one
Yeah,
of the pawns
everything
back,
is
yeah?
potentially hanging in the next couple of moves here. Yeah, I have a feeling he underestimated queen e1, but I also have a feeling looking at these lines that maybe he still has enough to equalize if he plays very precisely. I think queen e1 is a very easy move to miss. Because you just assume that white wants to, attack the knight on g4 straight away and then maybe push it further. Yeah, queen e1 is a good move. But so far takes rook d3 I cannot refute.
Or maybe there is no refutation.
Yeah, and he took, but he didn't really have a choice. This is not a surprise. I mean, queen takes e1 was pretty much always going to be played. The big question is here. And I think h5 is such a miserable move that I think you just play rook d3 because you don't like anything else.
Peter, how miserable is miserable h5? So you take on b7, rook a7.
Okay, yeah, he played
right?
h5, yeah.
He actually did play h5.
I'm back on,
Look, take on b7, rook a7.
maybe even rook a3. But okay, rook a7, ask the question, yeah?
I mean, kind of prefer move with the tempo. I don't know what for.
Bishop f3, probably, yeah.
Rook d3. And then once again, I was not convinced that this is all that bad.
Probably isn't. Probably isn't.
Because it looks like after king g2, I can still take the pawn on e5, question mark?
Yeah. I mean, h5 is falling in the end, though.
H5's falling. Yeah, it's not a
Yeah,
dream
it's no
scenario,
longer...
yeah.
Although, I mean, I have to be careful not to lose my rook on h5, but I guess I...
You probably
Yeah,
go
we
rook
can start with
c5
rook c5
first,
yeah,
and then
this
take
is much
the
cleverer,
bishop.
yeah. Go rook c5 and then take with the bishop. This is not a draw. This might actually be kind of
not
bad
at
for
all.
black. He goes rook a4, a move we did not properly consider. We were suggesting rook a7 or rook a3. He goes rook a4, attacking the pawn on c4.
Okay.
But on the other hand,
Okay.
this allows us to play f3 quite comfortably if we want to, but it kind of pushes the knight to good squares anyway. I'm not sure. And our clocks adjusted themselves to the correct numbers, which is kind of good because I was becoming annoyed.
What do we do about the c pawn? Go
I don't
c5. Don't do anything.
We'll have to sacrifice it probably.
Yeah, if we can find
Maybe
f3,
F3,
knight h6, and then
and bishop e4.
with the idea of playing something like rook ec1 or something, yeah?
But I was afraid of... yes. Here rook c1. Yes.
Knight f5 or...
But I thought, yes, knight f5 anyway.
I think we go king f2. I don't think we take.
King f2. And rook takes c4.
Rook c1.
Mm.
Maybe it's a little bit annoying
Some-
for black. Bishop b5 though, I guess. Yeah, bishop.
Yeah, bishop b5.
Yeah. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough here.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Because rook c1, I think I can make an argument that this is slightly better for white because this is hanging. There's no good way to attack the pawn on a2. The bishop is still kind of stupid on e8. But if you play bishop b5 instead, white just doesn't get those positions because the bishop will always very, very happily trade on b3. And it's impossible to gain control over the c-file. Okay, so what else do we have? Jan, one thing he definitely has done right today is he gave himself a lot of time for a critical position to try and calculate something precise. What can it be? What if we go for like full greed? Absolute full greed.
Yeah, but c6.
Yeah,
the problem.
that is a large problem. And then just rook b8, rook a7, and we lose it. Yeah, we just don't get it back. Yeah, full greed is not available. Full greed.
So the best bet is f3, knight moves, bishop e4.
Yeah, because I think you actually have to deal with this threat, yeah? I don't know, maybe you can go rook ec1 and then knight c5, but it looks like you're risking a lot there. Like rook ec1, c6, and then without the pawn on c5 it doesn't get picked up immediately, but it looks extremely risky. Yeah, I don't like this very much for white. So you have to kind of go rook e4, sorry, bishop e4, rook c... No, we were playing knight f5 first, right? We were playing knight f5 first. If we take, there's a lot of counterplay.
Yeah? Yeah, white's knight is not on f4.
Yeah, this knight is just not where it should be in this position. Like if you try to keep your pawns, this is just extremely strong. You might be in trouble now suddenly because everything is hanging. He's gone c5 straight away.
Sorry, Peter.
Yeah.
Sorry, Peter. Knight c5 instead of.
Oh yeah. That's a good point.
But okay.
He played c5 straight away. But what is he planning? What is he planning against c6? Hang on.
Ooh.
This may have been a mistake, yeah?
It's not just mistake, it's...
Yeah, I don't see how to even continue now. Like, maybe you play something like rook b1, but the bishop, I think, is just gone.
It's mistake which you cannot do anything after that.
Yeah, and it seems like Magnus probably sees c6 like that. That has to be the idea, because otherwise c5 would have been very strong, I think. Otherwise, if you don't have this move, it makes perfect sense. You might want to play c6, lock out the bishop on e8, and so on. But yeah, this is a bit of an ouch. Trying to find some kind of a miracle solution, but I don't think a miracle solution exists even.
No, it's already few people wrote me in WhatsApp that.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, I can imagine the people watching are all kind of despairing quietly.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just about form of Jan in this match. I mean, he doesn't blunder like
this. These are not the mistakes that he makes. You know, as you said, like in a blitz game, maybe once per tournament, but maybe not even in the blitz game. And for him, I mean, he spent 4 minutes on this move with 53 minutes on the clock. It's just, yeah, he is just not himself. And Magnus is still thinking. I guess Magnus is just trying to figure out like what the refutation is, because he's also not expecting Jan to blunder, and this is why c6 hasn't been played yet. But
I have a question, Peter. What's the second move for black you are thinking if c6 is not available?
I'm guessing like it will be something like knight takes f2 or knight takes e5 or something, yeah, or
followed by c6. No, I mean, so my point is you cannot really miss the c6 idea because you had some plan after c5.
Yeah.
And if it's not c6, then what? No, I mean, I can imagine bishop b5 or something, but yeah, but it's definitely c6 and it's played.
And Seville with a very nice comment in chat saying, decided to channel Fischer but chose game 2. Definitely bishop takes a2, g3 vibes here. But yeah, this is kind of honestly, it's a bit tragic because
it's about the time we start drinking.
Yeah, it does look.
No, I'm kidding. But seriously, that's not the conclusion for this game. I mean, I would be absolutely fine Magnus saving, you know. But yeah, that's not the conclusion of this game you kind of deserve by playing the opening in the original way. And yeah,
this is.
So it is.
This is just sad to watch because it's just nowhere near his level of play, and we kind of knew before the match that it was very important for Jan to play his absolute best because
kind of not to fall apart.
And his score against Magnus before the match kind of showed that when he does play well, he can definitely compete. But if he doesn't, like if it starts going poorly for him, it just we might start observing what we are, watching right now, and it's not nice because I don't think -3 is a true reflection of what went on in the first 9 games in this match, in any way. And the usual caveats that the game is not over yet. There's still. The result hasn't been announced, and my dad always used to tell me that, until the score sheets are signed, the game is not over, but the game is kind of over here, regrettably.
I have no words to say.
Yeah, it's just painful to watch because we know he could have done so much better.
I'm serious that in Blitz we played 100 of games before the match, and he didn't make such mistakes.
Yeah, this is not great. In a way, I'm kind of happy I'm not watching the video right now. It's just because I can imagine Jan sitting there with just kind of staring at the board, trying to figure out how is this his position right now.
Okay, are we on? We have no censorship on this stream, right? So I'm bringing a very harsh but to the point argument that in fact Jan was unable to kind of change himself. So it all went well till the first defeat, and in the first half of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean we've seen this before from him. Yeah,
the way it looks. I mean, okay, maybe it's just a coincidence, but the way it looks.
Yeah. I think obviously there's no enjoyment in kind of bashing him while he's having a really really poor day, and
yeah, Peter. But with all honesty, I do not remember all the details of a previous broadcast. Let's be fair. But the way he lost with black was also not the level of resistance one would expect, right? I mean, d takes c4, b5, lost in a couple of moves. I mean, the position was lost. He still played on, but and now this.
Yeah, this is just there's not much to say what we haven't said already. I'm pretty sure even people who are now in chat, saying, we told you this is bad and we like this is not unexpected. Even those people will admit that this is not the level of chess that he is capable of when he is playing well. It's like not even halfway there. He is a very, very strong player, and he doesn't really. I haven't seen him make I haven't seen him make mistakes like this very often.
Yeah, and I see people say even Magnus doesn't look happy. Yeah, I mean this kind of victories, it's of course very important, right, and so on. And he'll be happy when he's going to win the match, right? But I mean, the moment something like this happens, it was an absolutely normal kind of dialogue between the two, and then all of a sudden, c5, c6, I resign, pretty much,
Yeah, this is not great.
Yeah, the problem is that there is absolutely no way to.
Yeah, you can't even continue the game. Yeah, I've been trying to find a way to continue the game in any way that gives you half a chance. I just don't see it.
Yeah, and also the line, just for example, f3, knight h6, rook e4, rook a7, rook b4. Rook b8, bishop c6, and rook b4, and rook takes b3.
even this is a full rook. It's not even an exchange. Yeah, there's just nothing there. It's
okay. He can, instead of bishop c6, he can bring his knight to d6, but of course,
it's just not gonna work. If you could maybe play like rook b6, rook a b7, and a5 here, maybe that position you could play, but rules of chess are still a thing somehow. It's just honestly it's just very painful to watch.
It's game set match.
Yeah, and
it's game set.
And you're really not coming back from this. Obviously, like I understand that mathematically everything is still possible, but losing this game in this fashion is just absolutely heartbreaking. And Jan is, has always been a very emotional person, and I think very often it will play to his strength because somebody who actually cares a great deal, I think, will do quite well in a lot of situations. But it also has the reverse of the coin is that thing when things go badly, he just, I think, gets affected more than many other people would. Yeah. And now he's thinking, like he had 53 minutes in this position, and he kind of played something, and now he's sitting there with all this unspent time. Just it's horrible.
Look, so strangely, it could be a shorter match, even though technically there is 14 games instead of 12.
And people are saying he hasn't come back to the board yet. But yeah, I can also understand why. I mean, it looks like, it's some kind of, But you just don't want to be there with cameras pointed at you. You need to deal... When you do come back to the board to, I don't know, make a few more moves and perhaps resign, you want to take your face under control. Because I'm pretty sure, I know if this happened to me, I would be, I would want, I don't know, 5-10 minutes to be alone with myself, to kind of deal with the first wave of very, very negative emotions. So yeah, I can understand why he doesn't want to, he has a monitor in his room. His whatever players' lounge where they go in within moves. So he knows what the position is. He knows how it's evaluated. He just doesn't want to be there. And then there will be a press conference, yes, Toygan is saying, yeah. And then you have to do a press conference after a game like this. Yeah. The idea is not pleasant. Yeah. Not very much to say, really. We've said all we could say, and yeah, it's so kind of annoying that, you know, we got you here, and it would have been, you know, I enjoyed it greatly, but that you I feel like you also need time to process all this, and instead you're live on air, having to deal with this live on air when you're probably would want to do something else.
Yeah, people asking where's the win. The bishop is trapped on b7, so black plays rook b8, rook a7 in some order, just wins the bishop and wins the game.
Yeah, the bishop is gone, and there's really no way to even generate any kind of counterplay. We were looking at all kinds of ideas, but yeah, you just kind of have to give it up, and the a-pawn doesn't start running quickly enough. You can't get the knight to d6 in time. You can't get the rook to b6 in time in order to also support it with the other pawn. Nothing works.
Yeah, Neil actually has a very good point. So that usually, even if you blunder like this, at least you do get some optical chances. Like, because black still needs to spend two more moves, right? But you can do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's just dead.
Yeah, like maximum you can do is to take on c6, but you better
yeah,
not,
like
right?
if you want the second pawn for your bishop, you have to dramatically improve the one bad piece that black has. Like, this is like rubbing salt into the wounds here, that in order to get a second pawn for your piece, you have to solve the only issue black has here. That is, the bishop on e8 is kind of stupid. Yeah. Just not very much to say about this. It's just...
So that will be 3-6,
yeah,
right?
we assume the game finishes. You know, the moment Jan gets emotional things under control, he comes out. I guess shakes Magnus's hand. It's 3-6 with 5 to play, and you have to continue playing the match when, I mean, the emotions after a game, like after games 8 and 9, just sort of continuing to play to any kind of standard is going to be just so difficult. The first person to 7.5 point wins crown. So Magnus needs 3 draws or a win and a draw out of the last 5. Yeah. And all the jokes about Jan now having to claim win because Magnus didn't adjust the piece correctly. I mean, yes, haha, but, you know, we also know Jan is not the kind of a person to try this. You know, yeah. Like,
No,
yeah.
of course not. Actually, we know that Jan is very self-criticism, and he's like always unhappy with his play, even if he wins.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. He definitely is, yeah, one of the most self-reflective persons I've met. So yeah, for him, it's even less fun than, you know, for somebody who is generally quite optimistic and, you know, sunny and happy. Anatoly Karpov is still the best Russian player even these days. Yeah. Some very strong statements being, you know, made on this stream right now.
Good one.
Yeah, good one.
Yeah, actually, he beat me in the last Blitz game we played.
No, I mean, he's still very
Blitz
good. No question about it. He's still very, very good. I'm just not sure he's the best player in the country. absolutely no disrespect to Anatoly. Yeah. I played him in a classical game in like 2018 when he was 67. And I thought, okay, I'm black against Karpov. I should at least try to go for some kind of double-edged position. And then I struggled for 40 moves, and he left himself so little time that he finally made the mistake on move 40, which allowed me to offer a draw. And I thought to myself, yeah, okay, I mean, I kind of knew I shouldn't do it, but now I have like concrete proof that this was a mistake, you know, because like I was tortured so much. And, you know, the guy's 67. You're not really supposed to be very competitive at 67.
Yeah.
Let's see what your opinion is going to be, Peter, when you're 67.
Yeah, I'm hoping to still get to like like Diamond 5. You know, allow me to make Diamond 5 when I'm 67, and I will be very happy. I'm not going to be like I'm not expecting to be playing.
What? But what's the chess equivalent, in your opinion? Like keeping 2600?
Maybe, yeah, but I
mean, by that point, 2600 would be kind of a entry point to become an international master.
Something like this, yeah. Something like this. But I just don't foresee myself playing too much tournament chess, you know, by that point. I really don't. Yeah, Dead Legend. That's exactly what I was going to fly half, yeah. Dead Legend. Yeah. This is...
Are you planning to win the seniors, by the way? One day.
Probably not the way they're currently run. I have a feeling, you know. I don't know very much about the seniors, but from what I've heard, it's not like I would need some very strong kind of outside. Like I need to have some kind of a side bet, maybe. Like if somebody side bets me that I never win seniors, then maybe like if the side bet is large enough, maybe I can get myself worked up to try.
Yeah, but hypothetically, what would be the competition in your age group? Once again, I mean, isn't it ironic? I mean, like under 20, we are talking age groups, and then you get to the
like
seniors,
I finally decided to play the seniors, and like first round I play against Vlad.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe not first round, but like.
Ah, man, I just realized. I mean, it's the guys who are older than you. They can actually play.
Absolutely.
No, I'm not doing this thing.
Like, you know, I mean, obviously, Vlad. Like, we know with 100% certainty, Vlad is never playing the seniors. But like,
no, of course. It's just that no, seriously. I thought, okay, by the time I'm getting in there, so Peter is disqualified. All these big guys are disqualified. So I was basically checking my birthday year, right?
No, but that's the opposite.
Come on, the bastards are still
that's the
there.
opposite. The opposite of juniors. We're just there forever. Like Vesco, you know, Vesco comes out of retirement and decides to play the seniors the year I finally decide to bet on this.
And then Leko is on the way next year. Like you played, that's your last chance because next year Leko is entering.
Yeah, it's a cheerful thought in a way. I feel once again people asking in chat about his opening choices. It had nothing to do with the openings. Pretty much nothing. That like none of the three losses had anything to do with the openings.
Yeah. Actually, my personal feeling is that Jan was prepared well, but later on something unexpected started to happen many times. Actually, it all started when he didn't play bishop takes before in the first
in game 6,
game.
In game 6,
Yes.
that was the very important turning point.
Yeah, turning point, and if he would have won that game, it could be completely different.
Yeah. Was he? I was even kind of afraid to check because like the stream went for 8 hours and I didn't really have the energy. Was he like close to actually winning if he takes on before or?
Yes, I think he was winning. I looked at that position with computer. Computer doesn't resign immediately with some many only moves. He doesn't resign immediately, but it's almost impossible for the human.
Okay, and people are saying he's back at the board, but yeah, like once again, I know it was probably not very pleasant for Magnus to wait, but yeah, I think getting yourself under control was kind of important there for him, and I understand why he took such a long break, not re-emerging. Because like you're just sitting there trying to answer a question like, how could I play c5? Why did I spend 4 minutes on this move and so on? And yeah, now moves are coming in. Maybe he did find some way to continue here. We don't really know what it could be, but yeah, I don't know.
I think that it's not that he found some way. Sorry?
Rook E4?
Yeah, that's what we were looking at. Rook E4, Rook A7.
Rook B4 and Bishop
There's Rook
C6.
B3 in the end, yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I said. That Rook B4
And then Rook B3 at the very end. So this is how it's...
Yeah, otherwise...
It's not like it's an amusing position without Rook B3, because I don't think, even though 2 pawns and an exchange...
You're probably worse anyway, yeah.
Yeah, but some
some position like this, you're probably worse anyway.
Yeah, but Rook
B3
B3
just ends the game on the spot, so yeah.
Nothing to discuss.
Yeah, there's just nothing to discuss there at all. But yeah, on the topic of preparation, I actually agree with Sergey completely. Yeah, I think, in as much as you can judge, I think he sort of slightly out-prepared Magnus in this match, because I think he kept on getting more in the Spanish than people normally get against Magnus. He kept on getting not just playable positions, but positions which were actively better for him. It's just very difficult to win them because obviously Magnus is a very very good Spanish player, and the moment you make like one inaccurate move, it's just very difficult to press. But I thought, like in terms of preparation, I thought he and his team have done a very good job. Yeah. As for this position, like there's really not very much to say until we see sort of if the game continues and like how it continues, like what he chose to do here. Like it's just there's just not very much you can do.
Rook B1, Rook A7.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you can't even, like, the knight doesn't even have any good squares.
Knight C1. And then Bishop C6, so at least to be an exchange down. I probably resign after.
Yeah, but the issue is, it's just so completely lost anyway.
Rook A2.
King F8 probably is. Oh no, there's Bishop C6, C4. Rook A2 actually is quite strong. Yeah, Knight F5 or almost anything. Rook C7 is not.
No, that's something that you probably want to avoid.
Knight F5 actually. Knight F5, Bishop C6, Knight D4, and
no, I guess we go King F2 here, right? We kind of have to go King F2. But then something bad will happen. Like if all else fails, I can do something like this and just take on C5, and it's not going to be difficult to win this position because White is just like there are too many weaknesses. Things will just start falling apart, and there's probably something stronger. So Knight C1, yeah, we have to go for it. Yeah, you actually got the position exchange down here, which we thought was impossible.
No, but really, just take on
A2. Rook C2 is a threat. I guess you have to take.
So Knight D3.
Or this, and claim that you have a strong passer.
I mean, there is years of experience telling me that when the rook is behind the passed pawn, nothing bad can happen.
It's just like it never gets pushed to C7.
You maneuver the knight, you take either D7 or C6.
Like it's just completely lost. And if you go Knight D3, I guess takes, and once again something like King F8 and then Knight F5. Yeah.
One more win I found. knight f5, king f2, and rook.
Let me.
Rook. Yeah, king f2, king f8, bishop c6, rook b. No. Sorry. Not king f8. Rook b2 immediately. Rook e2, rook b8, bishop c6, knight d4.
Yeah. This is very clever. Actually, completely dominating the pieces. Yeah, like rook b8, only one square is available. We took away all the other squares, so you have to go here, and now more material falls. Is rook e4 something? Rook e4 we discussed. The issue with rook e4, you are sort of one tempo short as usual. Like in this position, legitimately, like I think, let's say you play a4 and black plays, I don't know, even king f8, for instance, and you get this position. This might be playable because a6 is an actual threat.
You probably should have captured with the other rook for black, because now a6 is...
Yeah, but even this, like, you can maybe pretend for a bit, because, you know, the pawn gets to a6, maybe you get to play knight a5 later or something. But you don't get there because the pawn is on a2, and, like, in this position, black just takes with the rook, and the pawn just never gets to a6 at all. It's just completely lost. Peter versus Stockfish in this position after the stream. I assume Stockfish versus Peter, yeah. I think I might do okay. I think this is a rare position where I think I would, like, tentatively take myself against the engine.
Of course.
I mean, engines have given people, like, 2 pawns odds or... But that's from the starting position. I think from here, maybe I will do okay.
There is no single chance you don't win against machine.
I don't know. I mean, it's a strong statement. But yeah, I remember, and Miro actually cast that. There was this match where David Smerdon played against, I think, a slightly weaker, and it wasn't Stockfish, right? It was Komodo. Yeah, it was Komodo. But, like, I mean, it's still, like,
all games black with knight odds.
Yeah. And he won 5-1 and he should have won 6-0, but he blundered something stupid in one of the games.
But it wasn't, it wasn't as one-sided as one would think, Grandmaster having an extra knight, yeah?
Yeah, but he's also like...
I mean, there've been a couple of tense games.
But he's also like he's not an active chess player. He basically came back for that. I think he's a scientist these days. He writes like proper scientific papers and doesn't really bother playing our board game too much. And he still won very comfortably. I mean, score-wise, extremely comfortably. Yeah. Don't really know what else to add to this.
Nepo's left with 22 minutes.
Yeah,
we can add that. Yeah. So this moment will not last for long. And what move is that?
That's 28. 28.
So he's not even making it to the time control unless he wants to look ridiculous.
Yeah. A brief.
I mean, you don't really. I mean, maybe you follow the line that we've looked at.
Just go for this rook e4. He played rook e4, so I guess he will go there. But yeah, I just don't see how you continue.
Here you wait for rook b3 and you resign.
No, but that's impossible to miss.
That's a bit too obvious. It's maybe kind of for the spectatorship sake. Just to show why this doesn't work.
Yeah. And a brief recap. Hisin was asking for a brief recap. Jan, I think, understandably went for some kind of a reti, and they got a kind of an interesting playable position with Magnus played bishop c5, which looked like some kind of home prep, but then we thought Jan got a very playable position out of the opening. And I think maybe one of the most important turning points in the game was when here Magnus declined to play something sharp like e6, e5, played a3, and Jan did not play b2, b4, which was a very interesting option, which was apparently giving him at least some advantage. He instead played ba, and they played a normal kind of a chess game. I think most of the decisions here made perfect sense. And then Jan found a way to complicate things. Strangely enough, this queen trade actually makes the position sharper because the pawn on b7 gets lost. And we got here. Jan had 53 minutes in this position, and he played c5 here using 4 of them. And now the bishop on b7 is dead, and with it, pretty much everything else in terms of like this game and the intrigue in the championship. And yeah, that's the brief recap. a4 played. Yeah, Magnus will take on b7 with any rook. I'm guessing rook a is cleaner, right? Because rook b, white can still play rook b6 and pretend. So you take with this rook to force the trade. Knight a5 immediately loses to knight rook b4, and the knight does not come out. So I guess you go to some other square. I don't know, d2 maybe.
Knight d2, yes, and knight e4.
Yeah, knight e4 and knight c4. The bishop is still on e8, so you can still maybe continue for a bit. It is one pawn for a piece. How do you introduce a comeback mechanic for chess? Make clock tick faster in case of material advantage. Yeah, you could definitely gamify the system. You could introduce any number of strange gimmicks. He played rook b6 straight away. I'm guessing his point is that knight on c5 is very strong, right?
Nice one, actually nice one.
Yeah, Magnus is sort of unimpressed though. The point here is that after knight f5, I think we can go a5 and a6, right? This is a way for the game to maybe become briefly kind of interesting. The problem is, even this position, like, I don't know how you get the rook on a8.
If there would have been no way for black to play knight f5, I mean, the pawn would be on g4, for example. It would have been great.
Would have been like an illustration from a Nimtsevich book or something, yeah? Knight c5 versus the entire black army.
But now it's just knight f5.
Yeah, knight f5, a5, rook b8, and eventually black will come out of the corner. The issue is you can get the pawn to a7, but then the knight cannot really cross to the b6 square. Like there's no way for white. And also knight d5, knight d4, knight b5 comes very, very quickly. So if you continue pushing the pawn, it actually gets picked up on a7. Like in this position, if you play a7, it just makes the black win much faster because there's no way to stop knight b5, rook a7. Yeah, I don't see it. Maybe knight a6. No, knight a6 we go rook b7, rook a7. Yeah, nothing works here. You're a full piece down. You have some, positional compensation, but a full piece down in an endgame is never going to work.
There are actually some moves.
Yeah, knight f5, a5, rook b8. a6 played. I guess Magnus will play either king f8 or knight d4. There's just no threats. The biggest issue for white here is that you cannot generate a single... Maybe knight a4 is a threat, right? Like if I play king f8, maybe he goes knight a4 and suddenly there is a question. Because I'm threatening a7, knight b6. Aha, hang on a second. I found a line.
You play rook a8, Peter. You play rook a8.
Previous move, I guess, yeah.
Ugly move.
But then rook b1, b7.
No, actually, I would have played just knight d4. No?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Knight is coming.
And then just
knight
knight b5. Yeah, that's the way to go. Yeah. Just include more pieces as usual and then you just don't get anywhere. So pretty much like the last decision of the game seems like if you make an autopilot decision here, make some kind of a quiet waiting move, maybe you have to suffer. But yeah, it's difficult to imagine Magnus blundering knight a4. Yeah, Magnus has 10 minutes here for the last 5 moves. He's not going to miss it. Lol, the engine just goes knight takes g3 in the position on the board. Yeah, I guess knight a4 and then something, maybe c5 or something, I don't know. I guess c5, a7, I don't know, rook d8, knight b6, bishop c6, and this is also completely and utterly winning. Because the entire king side will fall if you win this piece back. But I think knight g4 is probably cleaner. Yeah, you really don't have to, Crescencio. I understand you like to vent, but you don't have to be venting here, and you also don't need to be watching if you don't like watching this. There's a very simple solution to all of your problems. Yeah. I mean, Magnus is experienced enough here to ask the question, is there any threat at all? And then if he asks himself that question, he will realize that knight a4 or some version of knight a4 needs to be stopped or prepared for, and then the rest is very easy. A lot of dead air currently on stream, but yeah, not very much you can say about this position that hasn't been said already. You definitely get the feeling that you're sort of watching the last rites of Jan's challenge for the title, and it's a somber and unfun time to watch the match.
No, he should keep fighting, despite it's almost impossible.
No, of course he should, and he will, but yeah, I mean, you know as well as I do that it's not just the score, it's losing games 8 and 9 the way he lost them. It's just going to be so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, the way he lost was very unpleasant. There is nothing to say, but I'm very upset not only because of the score, but because he really didn't show his normal level, usual level, which he was like last 2 years. He played.
Yeah, he had a very nice couple of years, and he was. And honestly, the first half of the match, like until the very end of Game 6, looked completely equal. If anyone was ahead, I would if this were like boxing and you had to score it by points, I would say that until the last 20 moves of Game 6, the score was maybe slightly in Jan's favor. And then it just all completely came apart. Yeah.
Him losing Game 7 in the candidates, then candidates was interrupted, and him losing Game 7 in the second half of the candidates. It looks more of a pattern than a coincidence, honestly.
I don't know. I'm sort of reluctant to read too much.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not drawing like conclusions and every single round robin Nepo's gonna play. I'm claiming he's losing Game 7. No, I'm not stretching it too far. But yeah, there is kind of part of an explanation. No, not that I'm taking away. Yeah, I mean, fighting Magnus. I mean, that's hard, of course.
Yeah, and also like Game 7 in the first half was extremely important. Game 7 in the second half, he knew he qualified already, so pressure was
that's
completely
out of the
off. Yeah.
equation.
So yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying, but I don't think I agree with the general point. I think he's become much better at playing critical games than he was before, and I really do think that like he was a very deserved challenger. It's just so sad to watch what's been happening. In particular, like Game 6, obviously for people who support Jan, the conclusion of Game 6 was not fun. But
No, but Peter, it's not about critical games. He always played very well for the team,
Yeah.
for example, and we know it well. But it's that the problem starts when there are many games, and I don't know why, actually, because
yeah, it's I think from the outside it's almost impossible to judge why these things happen, and even from the inside, those are the types of questions you kind of like. You're very lucky if you eventually figure out why things tend to go wrong, because it's probably the most important thing you need to solve. Like, we can all play well when everything works well, but somehow figuring out how to stop it from going so poorly, that's the trick. And Magnus actually, spends half of his time here and goes knight takes g3. This is kind of ruthless.
Mhm.
This is quite something to watch this happen.
Wait a second.
knight
No, I
takes
mean,
just
how serious he is. I mean, imagine him blundering knight a4. I mean, now it turns out that he blundered knight a4.
yeah, but that's
Yeah,
fine,
no.
probably still.
Yeah. I mean, it is c5. Yeah, I just looked it up because people were claiming that knight g3 does knight g3 work or whatever. Yeah, knight g3 is suggested by the engine. I just looked it up. It is indeed knight a4 c5 and so on.
It's maybe even easier.
In a way, it's just easier because you don't have to worry about the a pawn, and you start collecting the king side, more or less forcing white to cash in the a pawn. Because I was looking at those like slow variations, and in this position, Jan can just sort of continue forever without committing to anything. I mean,
Forever.
not forever, but what you mean? You know what I mean? Like black plays king f8, and we play rook a4, knight b5, king e3. There is not a single threat. Black is completely winning, but the game still continues for another 15 moves because you have to shift. Like, you have to get rid of those pieces somehow, so it takes some time. And the way Magnus is doing it, Jan has to play knight a4 because otherwise, like, your king side is just falling apart. You need to do something. Yeah, and then he just returns the piece a7, rook d8, knight b6, bishop c6. There is no way to. You would like to play rook c1 takes c5 here, but unfortunately there's knight e2 check even, so you can't even get that. And then, like a8, you take, and you go knight f5, and here white actually resigns because it's just completely hopeless. There's nothing left to even discuss. Yeah, I don't think there are any bluffs left.
Yeah.
People are asking for bluffs. It's difficult to bluff when there's three pieces on the board. The thing about the Tal bluffs against Botvinnik, if you can call them bluffs, was that they were playing extremely complicated positions with like 26 pieces on the board, and complicated tactical chances and weak king sides and all that. This is an endgame. Sir, this is a Wendy's.
It's the worst form of Jan for many years.
I think so, yeah. I think, he's had some kind of strange, like, for instance, that tournament in Zagreb where he started 3 out of 3 and finished on 50%.
Yeah.
You get those kinds of tournaments where he starts really well and then starts playing poorly and then maybe goes back to playing well at the end if he's, if it's a good tournament. But in general, I think over the last couple of years, he became a lot more stable and you could very reliably expect him to play well in every single tournament. And yeah, he's definitely not playing anywhere near his standard here. This is not great. I guess what you do here, if we absolutely have to continue discussing this position, is you do it this way. But you still lose to rook.
But then remember, I told you, like, give a check, rook behind the passed pawn.
And
with
just
the rest.
you don't even have to give up on c6. You can go bishop takes f3 even. You can be greedy.
Yes.
Yeah. No, the point was, like, I calculated even this line is lost, but like the way to screw up would be to allow this. And now maybe you don't win. You actually probably don't win. You still have rook b1, rook a1, but it allows rook c6, rook c8 check, and you take on h4 maybe, but it's probably a draw. But it's just so easy not to do any of that. Like rook d2, rook a2 wins on the spot. There's probably more moves that win on the spot. Yeah, this is sort of the issue here, is that it's impossible to even kind of ask a question. Black is 2 winning. Maybe you go like knight c5, bishop c6, rook a6 here. Hoping for bishop f3, king f2, but yeah, you kind of know. Bishop a8 or...
Wait.
Bishop a8, maybe you go rook b6 and you continue pretending. I guess this is how you... Actually, this is how you... If you want to continue the game.
Well, he will play bishop d5.
Yeah, bishop d5
probably.
is stronger, I guess. Rook b6 anyway.
And rook
Yeah,
a8.
this is how they do it. Yeah. And I mean, the bishop will get picked up, but you'll have to play some kind of a knight endgame 2 pawns down, which is not very cheerful.
Yeah. Or no. Actually, Peter, black might play knight e7 and then knight d5 with a knight on a8.
This is so sadistic, eh? So king f2, we go here, knight a8, and like
No.
g5 or something.
Like this. No, I was actually thinking.
No, I thought you found this, and I was kind of enjoying it.
Even this is possible. Oh my god.
Maybe even this is winning. Yeah, like hg, king g6, f4, king f5, king f3, h4. Like, I don't know. Even this is winning. Yeah, looks like even this is winning. It's just so annoying.
We are very
People,
cruel.
you are so kind human beings, because if I would ever get to this position with knight on d5, his knight on 8, I would never ever
Yeah, exactly.
play
Like,
g5.
why would you?
I would play king h8. I would play king to h8.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, what is there to say?
Yeah, not much.
Yeah, Miro is out for blood, says Winterbrew. Yeah, Miro is, as I said earlier today, I mean, Miro definitely woke up and chose violence today.
Never get in a room alone with angry mirror. Yeah, exactly. So knight to c5, bishop c6, rook a6.
Yeah,
that's
he's
exactly
going
what I
there. Yeah,
did.
but like, as long as you don't play bishop a8, which might actually, like, I suspect this might actually be a bit of a problem for black.
King f8.
Maybe not. Yeah, you just get the king to e7, and I can't attack anything anyway. Even this is not a problem. Nothing.
I mean, you can go knight a6 and knight c7, so but you won't get
but
more
not-
than the
not
last
f5.
knight.
Yeah, like, I mean, who
Right.
cares?
Yeah.
Nobody really cares about any of this. It's just very, very over. You can also, I guess, go rook a8, which is the reason why bishop c6 hasn't been played yet. Just go rook a8 and none of those things even happen, because the rook never gets to b8.
Mm-hmm.
And the knight never gets to b6 because, like, you just, like, a4 and d7 are forbidden for you. And, you know, trying to get to c4 is just always going to take too long. But I think bishop c6 is
Yeah, well, actually, rook a8 might be, after all, the most
maybe
kind of
yeah.
the most
But I think
technical.
I like bishop c6 better. Just I want to activate my last piece, and I don't really care if it gets picked up because I will pick up the entire king side in the meantime. I hope they're a little less dickish with the press conference questions this time. I haven't watched a single press conference, but yeah, I've heard of some of the questions they asked him, and yeah. I understand, just letting him not give a press conference today is not going to happen, but that would be my preferred outcome, honestly. Yeah, today would be a perfect day for the how does the knight move. just to really, really, completely rub everything in. Yeah, he goes rook a8 because actually now you can go back to the plan of just picking it up, or via those squares. And I think white is actually not fast enough to protect it. I think it actually does get picked up like this. The knight on c5 is on such a stupid square, surprisingly, that you can't stop any of it.
Actually, it's very often after such moves, people resign because they just understand that there is no way. For any
knight b7, but we go knight f5 there, Dorado, and it never gets to d6, and then I go bishop c6 next one. It's just dead. It is an X-parrot. It has ceased to be. Did you think about c6? Yeah, I'm just, I'm sitting here, I'm complete, like I'm not going to be there, and I'm, I have never gotten to this stage, in my career to be like in that particular spot. But yeah, just thinking about answering those questions is giving me chills. The parrot is just resting. yeah. It's a very, very restful parrot right now, Bunny. Also, hello. Nepo is pining for the fjords. On the one hand, I'm really enjoying a lot of people in chat being able to quote bits of it back to me, but yeah, I'm also kind of pining for the fjords right now. This is not fun to watch. Would you consider taking a fine and dodging the press conference? I don't know. I think there's a way to think about it, which I don't think is healthy, but also I think it might be a way to think about it that Jan also subscribes to, from what I know about him, would be to tell yourself, your punishment for this game is not complete until you have actually also done the press conference.
Yes, it's actually the worst thing that after such game you have to go to the press conference.
It is. Yeah, after a game like this, it's just heartbreaking to sit there and have to explain that yes, I kind of made a bad move, and the game was instantly over. And no, I did not consider that my bishop will be in trouble. It's just.
Yeah, there are multiple angles on how you look at it. I mean, and me being known as a greedy bastard, I would think to myself, okay, I can make 5K in half an hour of shame. So let's just go for it, Okay, I'm kidding, of course. I know how it feels, and it wouldn't be ridiculous to just leave.
Yeah, I think, like in general, I never really consider those options very seriously. But yeah, in a situation like this, I don't think he would be judged very harshly. I think people would understand. I suspect he still doesn't do it because he does feel the sense of obligation and the sense of kind of duty to sit there and grin and bear it somehow. But yeah, I don't think people would judge him at all.
He resigned.
And he did resign here, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been...
So what?
Gone?
No,
Yeah.
nothing. Not much to say. I mean, it was all lost in one move for whatever reason.
Yeah. His position probably wasn't much better. I assume black is kind of fine here if he finds a couple of additional precise decisions. So it's not like he missed a chance for like an obvious full point, but yeah, this is just going to be so heartbreaking for him to know he's done this to himself. Like today in particular, like he really has done this to himself. And yeah.
Yeah, and tomorrow is
tomorrow he has
game.
to play with black. Yeah.
Worse
Yeah,
than
tomorrow
that,
is another game with black, and yeah, Magnus.
But there've been a combo of a loss, 3-day, another loss, and now he needs to play again.
And Dojiku
Yeah,
is the person who reads contracts. Says it's not a 5K fine; it's a 10% fine. So that actually is kind of probably large enough. Yeah, large enough not to do it.
I would say that today Jan played like a terrorist. He killed himself.
Yeah, that's
Sorry about this joke.
yeah, that's we kind of my heart goes out to him because yeah, this has to be like such a horrible feeling.
Actually, you can lose, like for example in game 6 in a huge fight, very complicated game, but not like this, of course.
Yeah, not like this. Not like this.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we've spoken enough about all of these things for the past, I don't know, half an hour to an hour while we were watching for the game to actually conclude. Do not really have to do it anymore. Sergey is actually there in Dubai, so he will probably need to. Jan is, there is a press conference to think about, but Jan will be back at some point. And as somebody said in chat, I think it really is very important that he has people around him right now who can provide, warmth and emotional support, because he will be in a absolutely black mood, and he will need people around him. Thanks very much for joining us today. It's I'm sort of sorry, it had to be this game, because we had a lot of fun and then this happened and we really did not have much fun after it. But yeah, thanks very much for joining, and yeah, I think we'll actually wrap it up here. I really don't feel like talking about this game anymore. It's just a bit too painful to discuss. But game 10 will still happen tomorrow, come rain or shine. So tune in if you choose to. Same time tomorrow, same channel. Thanks again, Sergey, and yeah, Miro. Any wise final
I'm here.
words?
No witty remarks this time. It was painful to watch. Kind of lost half an hour or so. So please come back tomorrow. Hopefully we won't be in a funeral mood with Peter, and we'll discuss something, something.
And honestly,
fun.
like I'm feeling like since the curse has been sort of lifted, because we did not drink today, or at least I did not drink today, and the game. Yeah,
I didn't. No, come on. I mean, why you people suspect me of always being drunk?
No. That's what I said.
Kind of jokes aside.
You're not drunk, but you may have snuck a drum somewhere. Yeah, but
no.
What I mean is,
water in
since the curse has been lifted, we might actually start drinking from move on tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Just one thing
Sure.
I want to say. The last one about today's game. It's somebody just sent me the video, and there are a few more videos about that. Magnus really touched the piece today, and it was not a joke actually. And there are people who are discussing it now. So actually, Jan can appeal this game. Like an
Okay.
option.
Well, we're not going to stay live to watch for developments, but I mean, Chess Twitter might become an interesting place to be in the next hour. So
Yeah. Sure.
we're not going to suddenly switch to a law Twitter type stream where we discuss the intricacies of chess rules and everything. But yeah, if this actually ends up happening, this will be an interesting world to live in for a bit. So yeah, we'll wait for developments, but we will wait for them offline. Thanks very much, everybody who stayed with us for this.
Yes.
Thanks again to Sergey for joining us, and we will be back on air tomorrow as usual.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Bye bye.